Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Su Yulin's face suddenly changed. The pair of eyes looking at Yi Yuan seemed like they were about to spew fire. Speculation was one thing, but Yi Yuan confessing with his own mouth was another. Although all signs indicated that the possibility of Su Yishan returning alive was already very minute, as a father, he still hoped that his son could return safely. Or perhaps the few of them really did not be MP into Yi Yuan in the endless forest, or were tangled with some demonic beasts. But those fleeting words from Yi Yuan shattered that final trace of hope. No way? Turns out that the Su family and Yi family's enmity has already reached such a degree. Then didn't Su Yulin's soliciting earlier become a joke? Yeah, no wonder such an important occasion today, but Su Yulin did not bring along his son. Turns out that he was already killed by Yi Yuan. Sigh, this Yi Yuan is still young and rash in the end. The Nanfeng family is already finished. Yi Yuan admitting that he killed Su Yishan at this time. Su Yulin will likely pursue this to the ends of L. Even though the Yi family temporarily took the upper hand over here, when Su Yusin rushes over, all of them will probably still have to die. If it were earlier, everybody naturally would not say that. But the Su family still had a third-level crystal formation, Realm Su Yusin. Furthermore, Nanfeng Yi was clearly doomed. The Nanfeng family can be considered to be thoroughly finished. Yi Yuan coming out to provoke Su Yulin at this time was no different from seeking death. Good. Excellent. Yi Yuan, I really underestimated you. For today's important matter, I was originally prepared to put aside Su Yishan's vengeance first. Now, since you admitted to it, then let's fight it out to the death today. Anyone could tell the thunderous rage in Su Yulin's words. Ha! Looks like this spice of mine is a little intense. Family head Su is somewhat bewildered already. However, you aren't naive enough to think that my father and I will really leave this place, right? I think you're a little mistaken. My father and I standing here today are not to protect the sovereignty of the imperial family, but because of the irreconcilable feud of my Yi family with your Yuan family and Su family. Yi Yuan's words grew increasingly icier as he spoke, and actually made everyone feel a chill without being cold. Curiously enough, he was clearly just a second-level spirit condensation realm, but the words spoken by Yi Yuan made everyone feel pressure. Yi Yuan's words, no matter how one heard it, seemed to be somewhat treasonous and outrageous, with a subtle tone of slighting the imperial family. But when everyone thought of Yi Yuan's sect core disciple-ident, they understood. They originally thought that the imperial family and Yi family were like ants on the same thread. Now, to them, the Yi family were simply just fighting for themselves and nothing to do with the imperial family. Preposterous. Your Yi family members didn't even lose a hair, but Su Yishan already died in your hands. And now, you're talking big about some irreconcilable feud. Aren't you afraid of other people's ridicule? Su Yulin said with a cold smile, I can stand here because I'm sufficiently powerful. Su Yishan dying in my hands is also him taking the road to ruin. Don't tell me that you didn't send people and Su Yishan together to kill me. It's just that your son was useless and was killed by me instead. Also, Su Yubai, you ambus. Plussing me a 6th level essence chi realm with your half-step crystal formation realm cultivation. Has that old face of yours been eaten by dogs? Of course, this kind of things had no lack of your involvement, Wan Donghai and your precious son, Wan Yuan. Back then, you set a trap for this little lord and nearly sent me to the netherworld. But you didn't expect, right, that this little lord would profit from misfortune and have today instead. Hence, it's time for us to settle this debt. Yi Yuan detailed the crimes committed against him by the Wan and Su families. Wan Donghai's face changed. When he heard that, he only knew today that it was actually related to the poisoning previously that Yi Yuan could rise up so rapidly. Although he did not know what transpired in between, without question, Yi Yuan obtained an extremely heaven-defying lucky chance. In just a few short months, Yi Yuan actually grew to an extent where he could threaten Su Yubai already. Such a lucky encounter. Just thinking about it made people jealous. No way, right? The Su family and the Wan family are too shameless. They actually used so many despicable and insidious means just to deal with a junior. Haha, Pavilion Lord Ye's character is without question. He would never do this sort of despicable and shameless things. But with Su family and Wan family style, these sort of things are of no concern at all. I really did not expect that this pill grading A.S. Semley would actually evolve to such a situation. Initially, I thought that it would be the contention between the Su family and Nanfeng family, but in the end, it became Yi Yuan's battle for vengeance. Although Yi Yuan's words were said casually, those present were all old veterans. They knew deeply just how much danger and scheming Yi Yuan experienced behind the scenes. If these methods were targeted at Yi Hang, it was still fine. But to use them to deal with a junior, it was seriously too shameless. Humph! Even with your blandishments, you can forget about leaving here alive today. Counting the time, it's about there. You all just wait to die. Su Yulin said with a cold snort. As the leader of the rebels, Su Yulin obviously not would acknowledge Yi Yuan's words. However, he also knew that the more he tried to deny it, the worse it would seem. Therefore, he just lightly skated over it. History had always been written by the victor. As long as he secured the throne, he could naturally whitewash everything, sweeping away today's events under the rug. However, Yi Yuan revealed a mocking smile on his face, making Su Yulin feel very displeased. Yeah, counting the time, it's almost ready. It's just I wonder, who will the one arriving? Yi Yuan said with a beam. Slightly earlier, on the path linking the capital and the Dragon Mountain, a group of people was currently ing towards the Dragon Mountain with hasty footsteps. In a center was a sedan chair with a yellow roof carried by 8 Essence Chi realm martial artists. Your Majesty, Dragon Mountain is right ahead, a general-looking martial artist said to the sedan. And got it. Nanfeng Yi inside the sedan said nonchalantly, what happened? This. That general suddenly cried out and started stammering. Pulling aside the sedan's curtain, Nanfeng Yi walked out from the sedan, only to see the corpse-strewn land. These were great Qin dragon guard corpses. Nanfeng Yi knitted his brows, and his facial expression did not look too good. Those familiar with him knew that he must be in deep pain currently. These great Qin dragon guards were nurtured by Nanfeng Yi after expending immeasurable effort, but now they were completely annihilated. How could this not make his heart ache? Who's there? Protect His Majesty! The general bellowed. An elderly man came from the front with both hands behind his back, looking very composed. When Nanfeng Yi saw the arrival, his brows furrowed together again. He stretched his hand out to stop his subordinates' actions. You are not his match. Everyone, leave. Don't cast away your lives. Nanfeng Yi instructed. No way. Your subordinate will protect Your Majesty to the death. The general refused to leave no matter what. Nanfeng Yi grabbed hold of his collar with one hand and threw backward. That general flew out several hundred feet. I'll get lost for me. Nanfeng Yi said angrily. After his subordinates all left, Nanfeng Yi recovered his calm expression and said, Didn't expect it to be you. Didn't think that you're still a kind ruler. I thought that you would use your subordinates' lives to exchange for a chance to escape. The old man said with a faint smile. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Why do I have to escape? Nanfeng asked calmly. Of course, it's because I'm stronger than you. Haha, already at this time, are you still unwilling to let go of your emperor's majesty? The old man asked with a smile. Didn't think that the three of you brothers have already been planning today's revolt over a decade ago. Su Yusen, you guys really plotted very well. This old man was shockingly Su Yulin's big brother, Su Yusen, a third-level crystal formation realm powerhouse. Haha, your majesty flatters me. If I didn't fake my death, how can your majesty let the Su family develop in peace? Su Yusen had a look like everything was within his control. Nanfeng nodded and said, speaking of it, ever since Su Yuting married into the Ouyang family, it virtually ordained this situation today already. However, even if you all calculated everything, you probably couldn't have calculated today's variable, right? Nanfeng still had a calm and composed appearance, but his words were filled with derision. But Su Yusen did not mind. He smiled and said, isn't your majesty too immature to want to use such words to scare this elderly self? Enough. Although I have lots of things I want to catch up with your majesty, I'm still quite uneasy about the situation over at the pill grading. Assembly. Is your majesty going to end yourself, or are you going to make old me do it personally? Nanfeng chuckled, laughing very happily. What are you laughing about? Not knowing why, Su Yusen suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm laughing because we've lived to ripe old age and schemed for half our lives. But in the end, we're both not the main casts in this battle for imperial authority. However, what I'm more fortunate than you guys in is that I got acquainted with Yi Hang, Nanfeng said with a grin. Yi Hang? You're talking about that chess piece you've been using to suppress the Su family, the owner of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? You mean to say that he's the protagonist for this fight for imperial authority? What a joke. Su Yusen wondered if Nanfeng went insane. You're wrong. Yi Hang has never been my chess piece. It's just that I happened to save both him and his wife back then. He only remained in the state of Qin's capital to repay that favor. I just never expected that my unintentional action back then would actually become the linchpin to saving the Nanfeng family today. Talking about past events, Nanfeng also sighed. 15 years ago, Nanfeng was merely still the state of Qin's crown prince back then, and had not broken through to the crystal formation realm either. He traveled the world to broaden his horizons, and as chance would have it, he encountered the Yi husband and wife who were being hunted down in the neighboring state of Yen. At that time, Ren Hongling was in labor. Yi Hang, who needed to protect his beloved wife and also needed to fight the enemies, had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Nanfeng came forward bravely at that time together with his accompanying guards and saved the Yi husband and wife. Because of this, that half-step crystal formation realm guard of Nanfeng even died in the state of Yen. Afterward, Yi Hang followed Nanfeng to the state of Qin and settled down in the capital. Then, later on, the Su family pushed one Donghai onto the stage. At this time, Yi Hang already broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Hang resolutely stood up in order to repay that debt of grat. 1, 2'd, and kept one Donghai in check. All of this was Yi Hang's own accord. Or else, with his personality, how could he willingly slog for the Nanfeng family for so many years? Except, Nanfeng would never have thought that his unintentional actions back then not only exchanged for Yi Hang's many years of spring-like repayment, it even obtained a feeble thread of hope for the Nanfeng family today. Yi Hang is merely just an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he also can't save the Nanfeng family's decline. Furthermore, as long as you die, why does it matter even if the Nanfeng family took the upper hand over at the pill grading assembly? Could it be that Yi Hang can still rush over to save you now? Su Yusen felt rather bewildered by Nan Feng Yi. You're mistaken. The protagonist I said is not Yi Hang, but his son Yi Yuan. If not for him, I'd most likely not be able to escape death today. Yi Yuan. Su Yusen stared at Nan Feng Yi. He was confident that Nan Feng Yi was already scared out of his wits. Ha ha, a brat still wet behind his ears, and you actually treat him as your savior. And, oh, body can save you today. Finus. Plussing, Su Yusen's third-level crystal formation realm aura was released completely as he shot towards Nan Feng Yi. Prepare to die. Nan Feng Yi. Right then, a white figure charged out from the forest and clashed directly with Su Yusen. Rumble! Su Yusen fell back over a dozen steps before managing to barely stabilize himself. Looking carefully, he saw a white-colored ape blocking in front of Nan Feng Yi. Su Yusen's face changed drastically. Peak early stage tier, 3 long-armed stone ape. How is this possible? Su Yusen's eyes were full of disbelief. Just as Su Yusen was having doubts, several more dozen white silhouettes popped out. 49 tier 2 long-armed stone apes encircled him. Su Yusen lost, in his astonishment, had yet to know that he had already completely fallen into the 7-star ephemeris grand array. When I saw Yuan Fei, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. Now, you should understand why Yi Yuan is the protagonist, right? Yuan Fei is Yi Yuan's servant. Looking at Yuan Fei, Nan Feng Yi was still secretly quite terrified. How can a tier 3 demonic beast possibly acknowledge a human as its master? This is absolutely impossible. Su Yusen said in shock. This is how the truth is. Moreover, Yi Yuan possesses an entire clan of long-armed stone apes. He essentially doesn't need my Nan Feng family to make a move to eradicate the Su family. Su Yusen fell silent. He never thought that having concealed himself for over a decade, what he traded for would be this outcome today. Humph. So what? It's just a tier 3 demonic beast. I'm also 3rd level crystal formation realm. I might not lose to him. After the silence, intense unwillingness made Su Yusen explode. He rushed towards Yuan Fei without caring about anything. His reply was Yuan Fei's heaven-quaking blow. The capital. There was suddenly a commotion in the Drunken Star Manor. Quickly look. Someone's coming. And isn't that His Majesty? He actually appeared here. Doesn't that mean? Sure. Softer. Do you want to die? I initially thought that the Su family had victory in their grasp. Didn't think that there would be a turnaround, and the Nan Feng family would actually gain a complete victory. Looks like time is not yet up for the Nan Feng family. The Su family plotted for over a decade, and it was actually such an outcome that was exchanged. Su Yuan is probably going to go insane, right? Under everyone's gaze, Nan Feng Yi slowly walked into the Drunken Star Manor. Seeing Nan Feng Yi, Su Yuan's facial expression was as ugly as it could get. Imperial brother, it's great that you're fine. Nan Feng Ruoqing could not help tearing from joy when she saw Nan Feng Yi. Thanks to little brother's blessings, I escaped death from this great calamity, Nan Feng Yi said smilingly. Finus. Plussing. Nan Feng Yi came in front of Yi Yuan, cupped his hands, and gave a deep bow in front of everyone's astounded eyes. Thank you very much for little brother's saving my Nan Feng family. Please accept this bow from Nan Feng Yi. Nan Feng Yi's actions nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. What kind of person was Nan Feng Yi? He was the emperor of the great state of Qin, a supreme existence. He actually performed such a solemn salute to a youth. Su Yuan clearly said just now that not only did his big brother not die, He even broke through to the third-level crystal formation realm successfully. Just what on earth did Yi Yuan do to actually bring Nanfeng Yi back without losing a hair? Chapter 207. Looks can't kill people. Chapter 207. Looks can't kill people. Is there a mistake? His Majesty actually paid such great respect to Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan is a monstrous existence, he's only second-level spirit condensation realm after all. Just what did he do? In our state of Qin, third-level crystal formation realm is an invincible existence. What kind of trump card does Yi Yuan have to actually bring His Majesty back safely? More importantly, His Majesty returned, but Su Yusen? That's a third-level crystal formation realm. He couldn't have. I really don't dare to imagine just what kind of existence can kill a third-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan had a fourth-level crystal formation realm martial artist on his side, Su Yusen could at least run away if he can't beat him, right? Unless these people already dare not to picture it, to not even give a third-level crystal formation realm any chance to escape. What kind of existence was needed for that? But if there was such an existence over on Yi Yuan's side, he completely did not need to fight so laboriously. The more they thought about it, the more they could not understand. But one thing was clear, they certainly could not treat Yi Yuan as a child anymore. He was already lording over everyone here. You got to be kidding. Even Nanfeng Yi gave him a solemn salute and called him as little brother Yi respectfully. If they still treated Yi Yuan like a child, then it was simply forgetting to bring their brain along when they left the house. Your Majesty, addressing my son like that is killing him. Yi Hang was speechless. Nanfeng Yi called Yi Yuan as little brother. Then what would he call him? Nanfeng Yi hooted and said, to each his own. With little brother Ye's talent, we'll definitely have to call him Your Excellency in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that Your Majesty is okay. Since Your Majesty came, isn't it time for us to find the Su and Wan family to settle the accounts? Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, yes, the past dozen years I've been really aggrieved as the Emperor. Today, having obtained little brother Ye's help, we should really find them to settle this debt. He surveyed the surroundings and said authoritatively, I know that many among you went over to the Su family. It's fine. As long as you all draw a clear line with the Su family today, past matters will be written off. If there are any stubborn fools, their entire clan will be put to death. Absolutely zero tolerance. Yi Yuan looked at Nanfeng Yi's back view and silently praised in his heart. As the emperor, Nanfeng Yi was somewhat soft, but he was not a soft persimmon. His weakness was only relative to the Su family. Now that the Su family forced him to an SE, he finally decided not to run away. This move was rather brilliant. Stick plus carrot, Nanfeng Yi was well versed in the emperor's path. The forces present were not solitary without anyone. This sort of matter, like exterminating the whole clan, was no joke. It was not even sparing fowls and dogs. Regardless of which influence they were from, they would measure the weight of these words. Of course, it was also the Yi father and son who created such an atmosphere. Otherwise, him saying something like this would be a joke. Everyone don't believe Nanfeng Yi's bulls. I plus T, he is delaying things under a pretext. After this matter is over, there will definitely be a reckoning. We still don't know who will emerge victorious for today's affair. Su Yulin, you aren't still hoping for Su Yusen to appear, right? Since I showed up here, you should also have guessed his outcome, Nanfeng Yi said with a sneer. Recalling that attack from Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still filled with trepidation. Right now, too strong. The third-level crystal formation, Realm Su Yusen, actually exploded in one punch by Yuan Fei. Back then, his A-L-L-S nearly popped out. Yuan Fei's realm was similar to Su Yusun's. How could he possibly unleash such a shocking attack? When he saw those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes, he suddenly understood some things. Those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes' actions were rather profound. It actually secretly incorporated an array Dao. Nanfeng Yi did not know array Dao, but he simply could not think of just what kind of array formation could let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess such a powerful attack. Su Yulin's heart plummeted. An incomparably humiliated feeling surged. Things already progressed, until now, and Nanfeng Yi's side did not even lose a hair. But over at his side, his son was killed by Yi Yuan. Second brother had an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan. Big brother's life and death were unknown. Although looking at the present situation, he was most probably dead. The most hateful thing was that big brother Su Yusun's death also seemed to have deep connections with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. All Yi Yuan. Su Yulin looked at Yi Yuan without concealing his killing intent. Yi Hang involuntarily went on alert when he saw the situation. Family head Su, don't look at me with this sort of expression. I'm scared. However, looks can't kill people. Want to kill me? Make a move. Yi Yuan put up a frightened appearance, but his words were filled with ridicule. Su Yulin could not hold back his rage anymore. Courting death. Boom. Su Yulin and Yi Hang fought once again. At the same time, Huyen Yong and Nanfeng Yi also made a move. 3 mighty crystal formation realm martial artists dealing with Su Yulin alone at the same time. Wan Donghai wanted to come over to help, but was intercepted by Nanfeng Lu. A great battle erupted between the crystal formation realm martial artists once more, except that this time the situation turned around. Yi Hang's side occupied a huge advantage. Among the crowd, there was Su Yubai, and Yi Yuan left all of a sudden. Yi Yuan stared at Su Yubai and said with a grin, "Elder Su, they're so busy. Let's not idle either, okay? What I've said before, I need to fulfill them eventually so that I can clear my thoughts." Su Yubai's face turned green. He lost an arm and was heavily wounded by Huyen Yong. He was simply unable to utilize much strength at the moment. Although he also consumed healing medicinal pills, how could his medicinal pills compare to Yi Yuan's? The current Yi Yuan already had his injuries healed 70% to 80%, while Su Yubai's injuries definitely would not recover without 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan did not wait for Su Yubai's acknowledgement. The Tsanghua sword already swung out. Essence energy ignition. 9-sword stance. 9 streaks of sword beams flew out chaotically without any patterns. Su Yubai's pupils constricted. This move again. Su Yubai wanted to display the tranquil soul step to avoid this attack, but his current strength was not even 50% of his heyday. He simply could not display the tranquil soul step. "All stop for me." Right then, an aged voice sounded. At the same time, several beams of light flashed past, directly eradicating Yi Yuan's 9 streaks of sword light. An elderly person stood in midair. With another wave of his sleeves, he swept Yi Hang and the other 2 to one side. An immensely powerful aura spread out, making all those present felt suffocated. Flying through the air. See transformation realm powerhouse. Yi Hang, together with Nanfeng Yi, and the rest were all greatly alarmed from the situation earlier. This sea transformation realm powerhouse evidently leaned towards Su Yulin's side. This was not some good news for them. Yi Yuan was not surprised by this person's appearance. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if he did not show up all along. "Elder Yao, your elderly self is already so advanced in age. Looks like you still can't stay still." Yi Yuan looked at Yao Qian in midair and jeered with sarcastic remarks. when Yi Yuan said that Yi Hang and the others were all taken by surprise. His guts are a little too big to actually dare goad a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. To people in the secular world, sea transformation realm powerhouses were like existences. Because in the mortal nations, unless one had a heaven-defying lucky encounter, it would be impossible to break through to the sea transformation realm. Back then, it was because Black Crow Old Man accidentally acquired the Black Crow-een fire that he finally broke through to the sea transformation realm. However, this was just an example. There were too few, and now Yi Yuan actually spoke this way to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. This was seriously not giving up until he shocked people to death with words. Yao Qian shot Yi Yuan a cold glance, then floated down from the air. When he saw that sword in Yi Yuan's hand, his gaze involuntarily froze. Tsanghua sword has already been lost for 100 years. Why is it in your hands? I'm a disciple from the Danwu Academy. Why do you think it's in my hands? Yao Qian contemplated for a moment and thought of a certain possibility. He asked in amazement, "Can it be that you obtained it on the Nine Heavens Road?" Yi Yuan smiled, but did not say anything. He had sworn a heavenly Tao oath, so he obviously would not answer Yao Qian's question. Yao Qian's face turned ugly. If Yi Yuan had really gotten the Tsanghua sword on the Nine Heavens Road, then things were not going to be easy to handle. Lu Yen went missing for 100 years. He actually came to the state of Qin's Nine Heavens Road to take up the role of guardian. The even more dreadful thing was that he actually said the Tsanghua sword to Yi Yuan. Ever since the founding of the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was no small number who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, but there were overwhelmingly few people who could obtain the Guardian's inheritance. Yi Yuan acquiring the Tsanghua sword represented Lu Yan's recognition. And, Body knew about Yi Yuan's performance in the Nine Heavens Road. But Lu Yan's approval was stark clear for everyone to see. Lu Yan had already gone missing for 100 years. There was basically an, body who would care whether or not a dead person approved of Yi Yuan. But Lu Yan had another ident, one Tai, which was the present Martial Hall's hall head, Xiao Jian's master. This layer of relation was already not known among the Tranquil Cloud sect's younger generation. But Yao Qian and Xiao Jian were from the same era. Of course, he knew. If Xiao Jian knew that Yi Yuan possessed the Tsanghua sword, he would definitely pay special regard to him. Martial Hall head, even Ouyang Ming could not afford to provoke him, let alone him, Yao Qian. Thinking of this, Yao Qian no longer bothered with Yi Yuan. Instead, he opened his mouth to say, "This seat is the Tranquil Cloud sect's Pill Hall elder, Yao Qian. I'll be a mediator today and hope to bury the hatchet between the Nanfeng family and Su family. I wonder what everyone's opinion is." When Nanfeng Yi heard Yao Qian's words, he revealed a difficult expression. "What? Don't tell me that this seat's words are ineffective?" Yao Qian's face fell as he looked displeased. Everyone's heart jolted as they hurriedly said, "Dare not. Good that you dare not." While the sect doesn't bother with secular affairs, we also don't hope for this sort of fratricidal strife to happen. You all are the elites in the secular world, so you should unite your efforts to work together for the sect. How can you do this sort of self-crippling thing? Yao Qian said coldly, even though he knew that Yao Qian had the intention of vindicating the Su family. Nanfeng Yi could not do anything about it, even if he had all kinds of unwillingness in his heart. Putting aside Yao Qian's exalted ident, one Tai just based on his sea transformation realm strength, it was also plentiful to wipe out all the people present. What could he do? Nanfeng Yi also guessed that Yao Qian definitely had deep ties with Ouyang Ming, which was why he would help the Su family out. What he had always been wary of was this. To think that it became a reality after all. This time, not killing the snake after beating it. It would cause no end of trouble in the future. Nanfeng Yi gritted his teeth and was about to answer when Yi Yuan beat him to it. He secretly felt that things were not good, but was already too late to stop it. Elder Yao is really eloquent, hiding your selfish motives under the righteous cause of the sect. Do you feel that everyone is blind or deaf? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "You, Junior, are exceedingly rude. Do you think that I really can't do anything to you? You stole the sect's pill formulas and leaked them out to the secular world. Do you believe that I'll put you to death right now?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right then. Quickly put me to death. Elder Yao, Father, after I'm dead, bring the Tsanghua sword to the Tranquil Cloud sect and let the lords of the sect judge who is right or wrong. I believe that there are reasonable places in this world." Yao Qian nearly choked to death. He could kill Yi Yuan, but he could not kill Yi Hang, and Nanfeng Yi too. If he really did that, it would cause the sect's prestige to plummet drastically in the secular world. He would not be able to shoulder this. And as long as the Tsanghua sword showed up at the sect, Xiao Jian would surely ask about it. If he knew that he killed his master's last successor, how could Xiao Jian let him off? When he saw the Tsanghua sword earlier, he was just surprised for a moment and asked casually, "But to think that this brat is so astute to immediately know that the Tsanghua sword was extraordinary." Yi Yuan's face turned icy and said, "The secular world has secular world rules. The Su family went against their superiors and plotted to rebel. If even such an offense can be wiped clean off the slate, who would even dare to sit in the position of an emperor? Humph! Does this elder still need you to teach me how to do things?" Yao Qian said with a cold smile, "Elder Yao is mistaken. I'm not teaching you how to do things, but I'm just stating something to you. The Wan family father and son, and the Su family brothers are dead for sure. Even if the King Jade Emperor descended today, he also can't save the Wan family father and son and the Su family brothers." Yi Yuan said icily. Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. A second-level spirit condensation realm saying such words in front of a sea transformation realm. Wasn't this a joke? Of course, if they were to know that Yi Yuan killed a sea transformation realm powerhouse before, they most likely would not think that way. Yi Hang and Nanfeng Yi sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan actually treated a sea transformation realm powerhouse anyway he pleased. Yi Hang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally did not speak. Rather, it was Nanfeng Yi who could not resist speaking up. "Little brother Yi, Elder Yao is a high sect elder, a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Don't be rash." Plus, Yi Yuan ignored him. "Ha ha, ignorant child. I want to see just how you'll kill them in front of this elder. If you can harm even a hair on their bodies, this seat will immediately dust myself and leave." Yao Qian felt that this had to be the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. "Fine, you were the one who said it. Then prepare to get lost. 9-sword stance." Yi Yuan unleashed his attack once more. The target was straight at Su Yubai. "Humph! This move again. Although this move isn't bad, your strength too poor." Yao Qian said with a cold smile, only to see him casually wave his hand, and the 9 streaks of sword light were instantly extinguished. Everyone could not help sucking in a cold breath when they saw this scene. This was the might of a sea transformation realm powerhouse. But a tragic cry suddenly sounded before the crowd's shock had said. They followed the sound only to see a large hole exposed in front of Su Yubai's chest with blood cascading down. Without stop, the light in Su Yubai's eyes vanished swiftly. Even till death, he did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes. He was actually killed under a sea transformation realm powerhouse's protection. Everyone suddenly looked towards Su Yubai's back. Yi Yuan stood proudly while wielding his sword. Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed. He lightly smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. The latter's body was exterminated without the slightest bit of resistance. Avatar body, I truly underestimated you. Yao Qian said, while Nos. Plussing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Second brother. When Su Yulin saw Su Yubai's tragic state, he exploded in anger. Yi Yuan, if I, Su Yulin, don't kill you, I'm lesser than human. Su Yulin thoroughly went berserk. The three closest people in the Su family all died in Yi Yuan's hands. The killing intent in Su Yulin's chest was about to punch through the skies. Yi Yuan, die. Tranquil profound ice palm. The full power attack from a second-level crystal formation realm caused the Great Hall's temperature to drop in an instant. Yi Yuan, who was bearing the brunt of it, felt a limitless cold attack coming, virtually freezing his entire body. Yi Heng's face fell and immediately unleashed violent blaze, transforming dragon. But Yao Qian's hands moved slightly, and a boundless essence energy ball gathered in the palm of his hand. Rumble! The fire dragon collided with the essence energy ball in midair. Sieve recoil, sent Yi Heng flying out, cross. Plussing heavily onto the wall. This was the true disparity between sea transformation realm and crystal formation realm. Yao Qian's actions were relaxed without any effort at all, but Yi Heng could not even withstand this blow. If anyone else intervenes, it wouldn't be so simple next time. Yao Qian said coldly, due to his ident. 1. Taya's envoy, Yao Qian could not attack Yi Yuan, but if Su Yulin killed Yi Yuan, others naturally could not complain. Seeing Yi Heng injured, Yi Yuan's face darkened. He was truly infuriated. Su Yulin's tranquil, profound ice palm had already approached, but Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Go and die, Yi Yuan! Su Yulin's had a ferocious expression as a palm landed on Yi Yuan's body. Careful! Yao Qian's face changed as he warned. Humph! Too late. Yi Yuan, who was frozen, suddenly transformed into a bundle of yellow flame, and Su Yulin's palm started burning. Essence fire. Su Yulin clearly recognized what this was as well and could not help faltering. He hurriedly pulled back his palm, but it was already too late. The essence fire crept upwards from his palm instantly. A horrifying flame promptly burned his palm into ashes. But it was not over yet. The cleansing sandal sacred flame gradually burned Su Yulin's entire body like bone-infesting maggots. Virtually in an instant, Su Yulin became a burnt person. How could Su Yulin withstand the might of a Tier 4 essence fire? A pin drop could be heard in the entire Great Hall. Only Su Yulin's miserable cry echoed. Yi Yuan used the cleansing sandal flame lotus's true body to create an avatar body just now and did not release the flame through his meridians. This was the strongest state of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Su Yulin's palm landed, but he himself jumped into a fire pit. After several dozen breaths of time, the charcoal-like Su Yulin collapsed onto the ground and stayed down. He was already charred beyond recognition. One could only see the shape of a person. Those present exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complicated feelings. They were utterly unsure of what to say. Today, the shock Yi Yuan gave them was overly intense. He overturned the Su family virtually all by himself. And he was merely second-level spirit condensation realm. What was that just now? Su Yulin is second-level crystal formation realm. He's gone just like that. Too scary. That was essence fire. And from the looks of it, it's at least a tier 3 essence fire. No, possibly even higher. But Yi Yuan is only at the second-level spirit condensation realm. How did he subdue such a high-ranking essence fire? Are you daft? Can Yi Yuan's performance be measured using common sense? Have you seen before a second-level spirit condensation realm killing a half-step crystal formation realm? Have you seen before the Emperor pay such solemn respects to a youth? Have you seen before anyone who could kill in front of a sea transformation realm powerhouse? Many people were discussing Yi Yuan softly before they came to this pill grading. Semly, they thought of numerous possibilities, but they would never have thought that it was evolved to this sort of situation. The situation in front of them already completely broke out of control. There was no longer anyone who could control the current situation. Most likely, even that sea transformation realm powerhouse could not control it either. Because the Su family was thoroughly finished. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You actually had such a level of lucky encounter. Yao Qian stared at Yi Yuan with a dull look in his eyes. His brain could not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. However, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with quickly transformed from astonishment into greed. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This was a tier 4 essence fire. If he acquired it, perhaps there was still hope of him advancing into the Alchemy King realm in this life. But it was just a thought. He did not dare to kill Yi Yuan in front of so many people. The sect attached much importance to disciples who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, they also would not directly bequeath core disciple status. Although Yi Yuan had not entered the sect currently, but in reality he was already registered by the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect's rules were that no internecine was allowed between fellow members. This was an ironclad rule. He, an elder, had no authority to privately punish disciples. But Yi Yuan did not answer Yao Qian's question. Instead, he said coldly, "Yao Qian, you're very good. Today's matter of injuring my father, I've noted it down." Not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's threat and seeing that ice-cold gaze of his, Yao Qian could not stop himself from trembling. Could it be that I'm afraid? What kind of joke is this? The other party is only a second-level spirit condensation, realm little b, A-S-T-A-R-D. Yao Qian felt baffled by his own reaction. Perhaps to other people, Yi Yuan's threat to Yao Qian appeared so pale and hilarious, but Huyan Yong found this scene rather familiar. Back then, when Yi Yuan was nearly killed by Su Yubai's sneak attack, he also used this kind of hilarious words to threaten him. Most probably, even Su Yubai could not have imagined that Yi Yuan could actually realize those seemingly hilarious, threatening words so quickly. Huyan Yong felt that Yao Qian attacking Yi Hang today was the most foolish thing he had ever done in his entire life. Yi Yuan went to Yi Hang's side and helped Yi Hang inspect his body. His brows could not help furrowing. Yi Hang's injuries were not light. It was evident that the blow from Yao Qian earlier was not held back. This intensified the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible to kill Yao Qian today. He could kill Black Crow Old Man the other time because of favorable timing, geographical, and human conditions. Not a single one could be omitted. It simply could not be replicated again. Even if Yi Yuan could sense that there was also essence fire in Yao Qian's body, it was also impossible to display flame explosion to blow the other party up. While Yao Qian might be an alchemist, he was also a genuine sea transformation realm powerhouse. Even if his combat power was lacking, it was also not something that the people present here could rival. Teacher Huyen, can you please bring my father away from here first? Yi Yuan said. Okay. Huyen Yong did not hesitate and directly agreed. Humph. You killed the Su family trio brothers, and want to leave just like this? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Yao Qian said with a cold snort when he saw the situation. The aura of a sea transformation realm was released once again. Cruce. Plussing everyone until they were suffocating. What? Does Elder Yao Qian want to kill all of us to take revenge for those 3 brothers? I recall that a certain someone said that if somebody could harm a hair of the Su family brothers in front of him, he would immediately get lost. Looks like sect elder's words is just like farting. Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian could not help freezing when he heard that. He still thought about skating over it just now, but he did not imagine that Yi Yuan did not forget it and brought this matter up again. This time, the face of him, a sect elder, was utterly lost. Chapter 210. Azure Dipper Floating 0 Sword Art, 1,000 Flowing Petals. Chapter 210. Azure Dipper Floating 0 Sword Art, 1,000 Flowing Petals. Humph. Even if I don't bother about the Su family affairs, there will naturally be people who will care about it. Stinking brat, just wait to receive the flames of wrath from the Ouyang family. Yao Qian found a way for him to step off the stage. This won't need to trouble Elder Yao. Even if the sky falls, there's me, Yi Yuan, catching it. If it were before today, Yao Qian would definitely snort in derision at these words. But today, Yi Yuan's methods came in endless streams. He clearly only had 2nd-level spirit condensation realm strength, but that could make Yao Qian, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, felt like Yi Yuan was a hard nut to crack. Though his words were rampant, Yi Yuan truly had the capital to be unbridled. However, he did not plan on letting Yi Yuan off just like this. Or else, where would he put the face of him? This elder? Since the matter over here is done, then let's deal with the sect's internal affairs. Yi Yuan, you secretly stole sect pill formulas and circulated them into the secular world. This sin is unforgivable. Initially, I came to welcome you into the sect. But now, as a sect elder, I have no choice but to escort you into the sect to wait for the sect's decision. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to make a move? Yao Qian recovered to that insufferably arrogant sect elder at this moment again. The Su family's matters were already a foregone conclusion. Even he was helpless about it. But if he let Yi Yuan swagger his way into the sect, putting aside other things, he could not give an account over at Ouyang Ming's side. Only by marching Yi Yuan into the sect could he look a bit better on the surface. When Yao Qian's words fell, the temperature in the great hall dropped drastically. Everyone understood that this was Yao Qian killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. On the one hand, he was striking the imperial family. On the other hand, he was hammering Yi Yuan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Furthermore, if he entered the sect with this criminal charge, Yi Yuan would probably find it hard to retreat unscathed. When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly grinned and said, "Then I'll have to seek advice from Elder Yao's brilliant moves. Everyone leave this place first. Once Elder Yao makes his move, most likely not a living being will survive. Your Majesty, I'll hand one Donghai and his son over to you. Don't let me down." The crowd felt touched when they heard it. This was Yi Yuan not wanting to harm the innocent. The might of a sea transformation realm attacking was extraordinary. That bout with Yi Hang just now was already considered showing mercy. Even though Yi Yuan's performance was very monstrous, they all knew that there were elements of gaining advantage through trickery. Genuinely facing a C transformation realm powerhouse like Yao Qian, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be his match. Yuan-er. Yi Heng doted on Yi Yuan the most, and was naturally unwillingly to leave alone. Yi Yuan flashed father a smile, and said, "Don't worry, he won't dare to kill me. If I can't beat him, at most, it's just suffering a little. Leave this place first. Father, I know what I'm doing." Seeing those firm eyes of Yi Yuan's, Yi Heng nodded and said, "You be careful." The crowd left the Drunken Star Manor. The originally packed Great Hall only had Yi Yuan, and Yao Qian left at present. Yao Qian did not stop the others from leaving, and also did not bother about Wan Donghai's life or death. He just wanted Yi Yuan to crawl out from here. Use the cleansing sandal sacred flame as well. If I guess correctly, your trump cards should be all used up, right? What method do you planning on using to deal with me? Yao Qian said nonchalantly, "TCH, don't you feel too immature for trying to goad me like this? Or is Elder Yao scared?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "What a joke. Do you feel that a C transformation realm would fear you, a spirit condensation realm martial artist?" Although he flatly denied it, not knowing why, Yao Qian had a feeling like anger from having his thoughts read. Yi Yuan's means were endless. To say that Yao Qian was as steady as Mount Tai, even he himself did not quite believe it. After all, Tier 4 Essence Fire was an existence which was already sufficient to threaten him. Haha, enough C-R-A-P, bring it on. Finus. H-I, plussing. Yi Yuan did not wait for Yao Qian to attack. He walked out from his own body. One Yi Yuan became two Yi Yuans, just like this. Yao Qian's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw this. He still thought that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him using the avatar body. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually showcase his avatar body so openly? What was he planning on doing? Yao Qian did not dare to delay. Putting his hands together, he began to gather essence energy, the ace in the hole for C transformation realm martial artists. Right then, Yi Yuan's avatar body moved. He would not stand there stupidly and watch Yao Qian gather essence energy. If he let a C transformation realm gather essence energy, what did he need to fight for? There was only the outcome of a one-shot kill. The timing of the avatar body making its move was grasped perfectly. It just happened to disrupt the rhythm of Yao Qian gathering essence energy. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Yao Qian. Yao Qian did not dare to delay. An essence energy ball was fired out. Boom! The essence energy ball exploded in midair, along with Yi Yuan raising a bundle of flames. Right at this moment, Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Purple-colored petal rain. As a C transformation realm powerhouse, his sensitivity towards essence energy was far beyond what crystal formation realms could compare to. This purple petal rain was actually agglomerated and formed from heaven and earth essence energy. How was this possible? Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. He could actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Yao Qian was an alchemist in the end. He was simply inept at combat. At this time, he actually had the time to stand there in a daze. An intense sense of danger welled up inside him. Yao Qian's hair was standing on its ends. This move by Yi Yuan was likely to be extraordinarily powerful. Tumultuous, violent wave. Yao Qian hurried, revolved his power, and started to gather essence energy again. Only this time, he did not have such ample time to ACCU mulate it. However, there was more than enough to use this amount of essence energy to deal with a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Yao Qian pushed out both palms. essence energy actually roiled over towards Yi Yuan like a violent, turbulent wave. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, second stance, 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The sword tip danced, and the boundless flying petals actually Salt Yao Qian, gigantic waves billowed with a majestic aura, surging forward like a torrential tide. Falling petals adrift, noiselessly where the source was distant, and the stream long. Those countless falling petals were like moths flying toward a blazing fire, continuously whittling down the aura of that tumultuous, violent wave. Finally, those countless falling petals punched a gap in the gigantic wave and swept towards Yao Qian. Although the essence energy was greatly diminished by the falling petals, it still carried enormous attack power as it surged towards Yi Yuan. Both parties received the attack at the same time. Pooh! Boom! Yi Yuan was sent flying out, directly SMAs. Plussing through the wall and flew outside. Yao Qian was no better. Those falling petals were like individual knife blades, wrapping his entire body and slicing him. Chi! 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 The clothes on Yao Qian were shredded into countless ribbons, his flesh why blur? However, the essence energy protection of a sea transformation realm was much more powerful. The wounds on Yao Qian's body appeared terrifying, but it was actually not that serious. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who became unconscious after being hit outside. Even so, this was an unprecedented humiliation for Yao Qian. A frontal clash between a sea transformation realm martial artist and a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist, and he was actually injured to such an extent. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Yao Qian had already lost his mind in his rage. He directly rushed out of the Drunken Star Manor and unleashed a palm towards Yi Yuan. The people outside had not dispersed yet. When they say this scene, they could not help being greatly startled. Chapter 211, Mo Yuntian. Chapter 211, Mo Yuntian. Yi Yuan. Yuaner. Yi Yuan facing off with a sea transformation realm powerhouse, Yi Hang, and the rest naturally would not really leave in peace. Seeing Yao Qian, who was drenched in blood, everyone was flabbergasted. And at this moment, Yi Yuan was lying unconscious on the ground. Yi Hang and Hu Yenyong wanted to head over to rescue him, but it was already too late. An essence energy ball reached Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye, and he was already incapable of resisting at this moment. Yi Hang shut his eyes painfully, not daring to witness the scene of his son being killed. Right then, a silhouette appeared in front of Yi Yuan like a phantom and reached out to lightly tap the essence energy ball. It instantly vanished into nothingness. Everyone was unbelievably shocked. A 29-year-old youth in azure clothing faced Yao Qian calmly and saved Yi Yuan. This unexpected change caught everyone off guard. Who was this youth? Hu Yenyong's pupils constricted when he saw that youth and was immediately overjoyed. With this person around, Yi Yuan should be safe and sound. The azure-clothed youth gave Yao Qian a slight salute and said with a faint smile, "Please calm your anger, Martial Uncle Yao. You vented what you needed to vent, so don't kill, all right?" In spite of everything, Yi Yuan is still a sect disciple. Yao Qian had already calmed down currently too, but he gave a cold snort when he saw this youth and said, "What did you come for?" The youth smiled and said, "Master heard that there are 2 junior apprentice brothers with peerless talent and feel that it's more appropriate for them to join my martial hall. Hence," he explained to the sect master, and ordered me to fetch the 2 junior apprentice brothers into the sect. Humph! Using sect master to suppress me? I don't care about the 2 of them entering your martial hall, but Yi Yuan stole sect pill formulas and circulated them in the secular world. His crime is unforgivable and must be brought to the pill hall to be punished severely. Yao Qian refused to give in at all. This matter is all conjectures by martial uncle. Yi Yuan has never left the state of Qin, before since birth till now, and has never been to the sect. How could he steal the pill formulas? I think that junior apprentice brother, Yi, must have had some other fortuitous encounter. That's how he obtained the pill formulas. How about this, martial uncle? I'll bring junior apprentice brother Yi and Long Tang back to the martial hall first. The pill formulas involve the rise and fall of the sect. Master will definitely take it up personally. After inquiring into the cause, he will naturally give an explanation to the pill hall. The azure-clothed youth said neither humbly nor haughtily, "No way. Yi Yuan is guilty and must be detained back to the sect. Since that's the case, then this disciple will have to offend you," the youth said calmly. "You dare to attack me?" "This disciple dare not. But master's orders are hard to go against." "What a fine Mo Yuntian, to actually dare go against your superiors. I'll remember today's matters. I'll report this incident to the hall head and sect master. I want to see just what kind of accounting you all can give. Howard, let's go." Yao Qian said furiously. "Finus." Plussing, Yao Qian brought along Yang Hao and left without even turning back. Senior apprentice brother, Mo, after Yao Qian left, Huyen Yong shouted rather agitatedly. This Mo Yuntian was precisely that peerless genius Hu Pa S, said through the Nine Heavens Road a decade ago in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, and also Huyen Yong's fellow sect senior apprentice brother. 10 years without meeting. The disparity between the two became greater and greater. Mo Yuntian looked towards Huyen Yong. An astonished look flashed past his eyes. Haven't met for a few years. To think that junior apprentice brother Huyen actually broke through to the crystal formation realm too. Felicitations. In his impression, Huyen Yong's natural endowments were not bad, but he should not have broken through to the crystal formation realm so quickly. Huyen Yong's breakthrough speed was at least 10 years ahead of what he imagined. Just good fortune. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Mo helping to save Yi Yuan. If not for you, Yi Yuan would most likely be killed by that dog-fart elder already. As for his breakthrough, Huyen Yong did not wish to say too much, but thinking of Yao Qian, he was full of hatred. That fellow concerned himself with the individual and not the matter, causing a total upheaval to the situation in the state of Qin and almost killing Yi Yuan. How could he not hate? Mo Yuntian waved his hands and said smilingly, "Yi Yuan is also my junior apprentice brother in future. I'm here under master's order. Saving him is expected. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the academy first before continuing." "Finus." Plussing, Mo Yuntian looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing deep shock. Mo Yuntian completely took in with his eyes the move Yi Yuan that used to deal with Yao Qian just now. It truly left him tremendously shocked. A second-level spirit condensation, realm martial artist could actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy to use such a powerful move. Such talent could no longer be described using monstrous, although the heaven and earth essence energy that Yi Yuan could communicate with was very limited and not even worth mentioning to see transformation realm powerhouses. One must know that Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. If he broke through to the crystal formation realm in the future, just based on this move, it was sufficient to sweep away those martial artists in the same rank. Even now, the average crystal formation realm martial artist would absolutely not dare to let Yi Yuan complete this sort of move. Or else, they could only flee for their lives. Earlier, Yao Qian suffered a loss in Yi Yuan's hands was still because his combat experience was too little, giving Yi Yuan the opportunity to complete his move. If another martial artist were swapped in to do battle, they would definitely not give Yi Yuan this kind of chance. The flaw of this move was that it consumed too much time. Even so, the might of this move should not even appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Also, Mo Yuntian clearly saw a shadow of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art amidst the 1,000 flowing petals, but the sword intent of the 1,000 flowing petals was stronger than the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. After this child enters the sect, he would surely become the number one among the younger generation in the not-too-distant future. A group of people came to the Danwu Academy and settled down. Mo Yuntian took out 2 medicinal pills to give Yi Yuan and Yi Hang to eat. Yi Hang's injuries regained control very rapidly. While Yi Yuan remained unconscious, his complexion gradually turned for the better. Yao Qian's attack was initially executed in haste and was also greatly exhausted by Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Hence, while Yi Yuan's injuries were severe, there was no danger to his life. Afterward, Mo Yuntian went together with Hu Yenyong to Jiang Yunhe's residence to pay respects. When Mo Yuntian saw Jiang Yunhe, he gave a bow and said, "Yuntian pays respects to Lord Dean. Has Dean been well recently?" "Ha. Well. Very well. Don't be too courteous. Yuntian. Your hall head Zhao's direct disciple now with a status that is much higher than mine. No need to pay such solemn respects." Seeing Mo Yuntian, Jiang Yunhe was clearly also beside himself with joy. He had already been in position for over a dozen years and only nurtured this one talent. He would naturally regard him importantly. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, "If not for the dean's nurturing, how can Yuntian have today? In this life, no matter where I go to, Dean Jiang will always be Yuntian's Lord Dean." "Ha! This dean is already satisfied that you have such sentiments. You coming to the state of Qin this time is under hall head Zhao's orders?" "That's right. It's also fortunate that Master instructed Yuntian to come. Otherwise, our tranquil cloud sect's losses this time would be too ma. As Civ, junior apprentice brother Ye's talent supersedes Yuntian's 10 times, 100 times over. If such a genius were to be ruined in Yao Qian's hands, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for the sect." After seeing Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals, Mo Yuntian also felt lingering fear in his herd. Such a matchless genius. Once the sect lost him, they might not even find another one for 100 years. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Yi Yuan's talent is indeed monstrous, but to say that the sect losing him will be equivalent to a catastrophe, I'm afraid that it's a little exaggerated, right? Hearing Mo Yuntian had such high appraisal of Yi Yuan, Jiang Yunhe was surprised. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, "That's because Dean didn't see the confrontation between him and Yao Qian. Just now, when he was facing off with Yao Qian, he used a sword move. This sword move was released through communicating with heaven and earth essence energy." Jiang Yunhe was greatly alarmed as he said, "What did you say? Communicating with heaven and earth essence energy? Did you see wrongly?" Hu Yenyong did not see what happened inside either. He was also dumbstruck hearing what Mo Yuntian said currently. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, "How can I?" In reality, I initially wanted to intervene earlier, but when I saw junior apprentice brother Yi use that move, I had the thought of observing the result. Also, junior apprentice brother Ye's fighting talent is extremely outstanding. He could grasp the flaws of his opponent accurately and unleash his strength to the limits. That battle looked like junior apprentice brother Yi lost, but the way I saw it, junior apprentice brother Yi was the victor. If junior apprentice brother Yi possessed crystal formation realm strength, the one lying on the ground might just be Yao Qian. Jiang Yunha exchanged a glance with Hu Yin-yong and read the astonishment in the other person's eyes. What concept was Mo Yuntian saying? Sea transformation realm was an invincible existence above the crystal formation realm. Even if Yao Qian was the crummiest type of sea transformation realm, he could absolutely sweep through crystal formation realm powerhouses as well when facing them. But Mo Yuntian said that as long as Yi Yuan had crystal formation realm strength, he could defeat Yao Qian. Wasn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle too exaggerated? Also, if I saw correctly, junior apprentice brother, Yi must have obtained the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art complete inheritance on the Nine Heavens Road. However, his sword intent is not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art, but is even higher rank than the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art. He should have completed a type of sword intent fusion. Such talent is likely no worse than founding father Yuya. Mo Yuntian continued. Jiang Yunha and Hu Yin-yong were horrifyingly shocked. If it was really as Mo Yuntian said, then doesn't Yi Yuan already possess the potential to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm? To a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect, this was absolutely a tremendous lucky chance. Everyone understood the logic of when a man attained the Tao, even his hen and dog became immortals too. If Yi Yuan could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect would become one of the strongest sects in the entire endless world. Jiang Yunha's expression suddenly became grave as he said, Yuntian, if Yi Yuan truly has such talent, it might not be a good thing to the sect. Mo Yuntian was stunned when he heard that and could not help asking, why does Dean say so? Talk of destiny is fleeting and ephemeral, but regardless whether it's to sects or martial artists themselves, destiny really exists. Whether a martial artist can have great accomplishments, first, we have to look at talent. But destiny is also very important. Back then, ancestral father Yu Wuya was said to have obtained a certain ancient inheritance. That's why he could rise against the heavens and become a legend of the endless world. Jiang Yunha paused for a moment and continued. It's the same thing for sects. A heaven-defying genius might be able to bring the sect to rise up powerfully, but the growth of a genius will surely incur many, many powerful foes. And these foes might not be something that the sect can withstand. A single misstep, and it could very well be a cataclysmic disaster. This is the sect's destiny being insufficient to support the rise of this genius. Mo Yuntian kept silent and did not speak when he heard that. He nodded a short while later and said, listening to Dean saying this, it's true. Ever since Yi Yuan's sudden powerful rise, all he provoked were foes much more powerful than him. At present, he had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago and actually provoked such a powerful figure like Yao Qian. Truly can't tell what kind of terrifying adversary he will incur in the future. Even so, the sect can't abandon this chance. Everything is foreordained by the heaven. I believe that when Ancestor Pa S said junior apprentice brother Yi the Tsanghua sword, he also did not imagine that this sword would actually save his life, right? Or perhaps this is Yi Yuan's destiny, and also the fate of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mo Yuntian said firmly, and how so? Jiang Yunha asked in puzzlement. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, do you know why Master sent me to the state of Qin? Isn't it because Hall Head Xiao heard that Yi Yuan has a stonies? Plussing talent, that's why he sent you here? Jiang Yunha said perplexedly, ha, Master is the dignified Martial Hall head. There are many matters he needs to attend to every day, and he also has to cultivate. How would he have the energy to bother with the affairs of two geniuses from the secular world? Junior apprentice brother Yi is extraordinarily talented, so the sect sent Yao Qian over. But why would he make an unnecessary move, like sending over Mo Yuntian? Yeah, putting it this way, it's indeed a little strange. Do you all know the history of that spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands? Jiang Yunhe and Hu Yinyong shook their heads at the same time. How would they know? That sword is called Songhua sword. It's the lifeblood spirit artifact of the previous generation Marshal Hall head, Lu Yen, and ancestor Lu Yen is master's master. Tell me, how can he maintain his composure upon hearing the news of the Songhua sword coming into being? Mo Yuntian explained. The pair came to a realization. Turns out that the sword in Yi Yuan's hands had such an origin. Then how did Hall head Xiao know that Yi Yuan has the Songhua sword? Jiang Yunhe asked in confusion. Xiao Jian did not even pay attention to secular world geniuses, so how could he pay attention to what kind of weapon was wielded by a state of Qin's genius? Mo Yuntian gave a meaningful smile and said, "Speaking of that, it's all thanks to the Su family." Su family? What's it got to do with them? If my guess is correct, the Su family members must have coveted the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands. That's why they would inquire about the source of this sword. And Master just happened to find out about this matter and asked in detail, confirming that the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands is the Songhua sword. After Master knew about this news, he was unbelievably agitated. Hence, he sent me here to the state of Qin. As ancestor Lu Yan's successor, Master naturally would not let him enter the pill hall. But he also didn't think that so many things would actually happen in the state of Qin. Suyubai? Ha. The Su family really lifted a stone to smash onto their own feet. It's clear that Yi Yuan is indeed somebody with a great destiny. And, the body can stop his rising momentum. Jiang Yunhe shook his head and said with a laugh. He truly did not think that there was actually such an intricate story in between. Su Yubai's greed saved Yi Yuan instead. It was evident that everything was foreordained by heaven. Yi Yuan was not meant to die. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, regardless where destiny and fate really exists, the sect has no reason to reject such a genius. Marshal Uncle's sect master, as well as many sect upper echelons, have not given up on their desire to return to the northern domain. Now that we can see hope for the sect, we naturally have to foster junior apprentice Brother Yi with all our power. I think that this ambition might not have been absent when ancestor Lu Yanpa S. said that Songhua sword to junior apprentice Brother Yi. Chapter 213. Might have a single finger. Chapter 213. Might have a single finger. Several days later, barely any student was seen around the Danwu Academy. Almost all of the students gathered at the plaza. Yi Yuan had already recovered. This also represented that he and Long Tang were going to leave the Danwu Academy and officially enter the sect. Yi Yuan initially wanted to leave low-key, but Jiang Yunhe suggested to organize a grand sending-off assembly. After all, this was the greatest event in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy in the past 10 years. As the Academy's dean, he naturally felt honored because of this. Yi Yuan did not wish to put a damper on Jiang Yunhe's enthusiasm, so he agreed, I've long known that Yi Yuan was going to leave, but I didn't think that this day would arrive so quickly. Yeah, this fellow is too terrifying. Simply in a different world from the rest of us. Only a larger stage can better showcase his talent. Yi Yuan entering the sect is something within expectations. But did you notice a strange phenomenon? Virtually all those who walked close with Yi Yuan remolded themselves completely. Hearing you say this, it's really true. Teacher Feng, oops, should-be teacher Nanfeng has already broken through to the alchemy grandmaster realm. Senior apprentice sister Nanfeng has already broken through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm and became the #1 on the martial roll. Although senior apprentice Brother Long isn't that close with Yi Yuan, he himself also acknowledged that he could only make it through the 9 Heavens Road because of Yi Yuan. The most frightening is still Elder Huyen Yong. He actually broke through to the crystal formation realm directly. Simply mind-blowing. You missed out 2 other people. One is the rising new genius figure among the Earth-rank students called Tangyu. These few months, this Tangyu advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through from 5th level Essence Chi realm all the way to 9th level Essence Chi realm. I heard that he's going to take part in the Earth rank advancement test very soon to become a Heaven rank student. And he is the person who got to know Yi Yuan earliest. Another is Yi Yuan's father, Pavilion Lord Yi. Not only did Pavilion Lord Yi break through to the 2nd level crystal formation realm, he even broke through to middle rank alchemy grandmaster. Could it be that Yi Yuan's body has some magic? Hearing you say this, I really regret it to death. If I knew it would be like this, I should have hugged Yi Yuan's thigh tightly. For all we know, I might also be able to become a Heaven-rank student now, or maybe even become a martial role expert. Keep dreaming. Yi Yuan's rise could already be said to be a legend in the Danwu Academy, especially for those aristocrat students. Many of them knew that Yi Yuan went on a Ma's Saker in the capital and confronted a sea transformation realm powerhouse face-on. This courage and vigor, this strength, they could only look up to it in their lifetime. Additionally, Huyen Yong had already succeeded Su Yubai's position at this time and became the disciplinary hall's first elder. Initially, with Huyen Yong's age, he had the opportunity to enter the sect, but he still chose to stay in the academy to assist the dean all the way until the dean returned to the sect. Yi Yuan knew that Huyen Yong was brought up by Jiang Yunhe, so did not say anything. But he secretly made a resolution to help Jiang Yunhe get the purple center soul incantation as soon as possible. One had to say Jiang Yunhe had been completely absorbed in being the dean. Throughout the entire process, each and every one of the students was like on stimulants. They treated Long Tang and Yi Yuan as idols and were determined to become a sect disciple. The power of a role model was boundless, especially the role models by the side of the students. The sending off assembly was coming to a close. Jiang Yunhe was about to announce the conclusion when Long Tang, who had kept silent the whole time, opened his mouth to speak at this time. He went in front of Yi Yuan and said seriously, "Yi Yuan, I knew that you would eventually surpass me one day, but I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. Although I know that I'm not your match right now, I still wish to issue a challenge to you. I wonder if the agreed-upon battle we had before is still counted towards Long Tang's actions." Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Indeed, Long Tang's current strength was already inadequate to threaten him. However, fighting with Long Tang was just exchanging pointers. Yi Yuan obviously could not bring out all of his cards like dealing with Su Yubai and Su Yulin. However, regarding Long Tang's fixed match, Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to reject. Hence, he nodded and said, "It naturally counts. I've also been looking forward to this match with senior apprentice Brother Long." "Haha, now it should be me who's calling you senior apprentice brother," Long Tang said with a loud laugh. "Haha, senior apprentice brother is indeed magnanimous. You actually gave away this #1 seat. So happily." Facing Long Tang's forthrightness, Yi Yuan was also affected by it. Long Tang shook his hands and said, "Before this, I didn't understand. But ever since watching you clear the Nine Heavens Road, I suddenly understood. This number one of the martial roll is actually the main culprit that was holding me back. The number one in the Danwu Academy. It's not about feeling cold or lonely from reaching an extremely high realm, but merely a frog at the bottom of a well, only by continuously sing myself chasing after the paramount martial Tao. That's what martial artists should do. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Long's comprehension is exceedingly high. Just based on this aspect, it's already far said most people. Come then, before heading for the sect, let us determine the number one on this martial roll. Come. The two of them were about to make a move when a silhouette shot up and stood in the middle of them. Yi, Yuan, and Long Tang were stunned when they saw who it was. This person was none other than Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen currently also broke through to the third-level spirit condensation realm and was officially ranked in the top 5 of the martial roll. In the Danwu Academy, that was an absolutely domineering existence. This isn't right, Senior Apprentice Brother Long. Yi Yuan and my arranged battle comes first. How can you cut the queue? This fight, let me go first, Wu Luochen said with a displeased face. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard Wu Luochen. Such a long time without meeting him. Yi Yuan forgot that he still had an arranged battle with him. It was just that with his current strength, Wu Luochen probably could not even receive a single move. Did this fellow really not even have this bit of self-awareness? Yi Yuan, don't look at me with this sort of expression. I know that I already don't have the qualifications to be your opponent. Even Senior Apprentice Brother Long most likely doesn't have this qualification either. I just want to see how great the gap between us is. Then I'll head down that direction and continuously break through realms, Wu Luochen said. Towards Wu Luochen's words, Long Tang did not refute anything. He had also heard about the great battle in the capital. Yi Yuan's foe was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. How could he rival a spirit condensation realm who could cause a sea transformation realm powerhouse to be injured? When Yi Yuan heard that, he snickered in his heart. This Wu Luochen was really a martial fanatic. But this person was obsessed until it was adorable. Speaking of which, back then when dealing with Su Yishan, he owed him a favor. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan smiled serenely and said, Fine, under these circumstances, I'll only unleash one finger. If you can receive it, consider it my loss. For real? Wu Luochen asked disbelievingly, although he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong now, but to only use one finger to defeat him, wasn't this a little arrogant? Yes. Okay, I'll let you see my Wu Luochen's power. Finest. Plussing, Wu Luochen figure burst forth, shooting towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Yi Yuan smiled calmly. Using his finger as a sword, an abnormally horrifying sword intent was released from his fingertip. Chapter 214. Leaving without saying goodbye. Chapter 214. Leaving without saying goodbye, sensing that horrifying sword intent, Wu Luochen face changed abruptly. By the side, Long Tang's expression also changed. Wu Luochen instinctively wanted to dodge this attack, but it was futile. Wu Luochen only felt his eyes blur, and Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him, while he did not react at all. He only saw a sharp sword continuously becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan's sword. Finger stopped at Wu Luochen's glabella. The sword intent, which was originally surging till it was suffocating, vanished with a trace all of a sudden as if it had never appeared before. Drip. A drop of sweat flowed down Wu Luochen's forehead and dripped on the floor. I lost, Wu Luochen said dryly. No way? Yi Yuan is already powerful to such an extent. Did you see how he made his move just now? I completely didn't see it. It was like he teleported in front of Wu Luochen, and then Wu Luochen admitted defeat. Is this really the strength of a spirit condensation realm martial artist? We are on completely different levels than he is. This is simply incomprehensible. Yi Yuan is clearly only second-level spirit condensation realm, while Wu Luochen is third-level spirit condensation realm. Even if Wu Luochen isn't his match, then disparity should be this great, right? Wu Luochen basically couldn't fight back at all. If that were a life and death match just now, Wu Luochen would be killed instantly. This non-human being simply cannot be measured using common sense. That attack just now, the students did not even see how Yi Yuan made his move. They were the same as Wu Luochen. They only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Wu Luochen was defeated. Mo Yuntian watched this scene and nodded to himself. He said to Jiang Yunha, "Junior apprentice, brother Ye's attainments in sword Dao is far above mine." That finger just now was wielded freely as he wished. When he unleashed his finger, sword Qi billowed to the skies. When he kept away his finger, the clouds were thin and the breeze gentle. This kind of wielding heavy, as if it were light, is not something that a young man should have. If not for junior apprentice, brother Ye's bone age is only around 15 years old. I might even suspect whether or not he's an old monster who has been developing sword Dao for hundreds of years. Haha, yes. Yi Yuan is already like a crane among chickens in the academy. Even the number one on the martial roll, Long Tang, cannot even withstand a single blow in front of him. Even if he doesn't enter the sect, being in the academy has lost all meaning. Jiang Yunha said smilingly. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luochen and said with a beam, "Senior apprentice brother Wu's Dao heart is firm. Truly praiseworthy. That finger, just now, just take it as a parting gift that I give senior apprentice brother Wu." Yi Yuan's finger earlier did not use full strength. He was only demonstrating to Wu Luochen what was called concept. Yi Yuan's realm was beyond Wu Luochen's wildest imaginations. He incorporated his own understanding towards heavenly Dao in a very shallow manner into this finger. As for how much Wu Luochen could comprehend, it would depend on his fortune. Even though it was only a very tiny portion, it was enough for Wu Luochen to use his entire life. Wu Luochen's entire body trembled when he heard this. His mind involuntarily recalled Yi Yuan's finger just now, as if faintly grasping something, yet like not grabbing anything akin to the moon's reflection in the water. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not interrupt Wu Luochen. Instead, he turned to Long Tang and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long, our turn," who knew that Long Tang would shake his head instead and said, "No need to compete. I already know the distance between us. That finger just now, I simply have no way of cracking it. Also, I know that you did not use full strength. However, that finger just now is even more powerful than the concept I comprehended on the Nine Heavens Road. I also received no little benefits." The students were initially still looking forward to a great battle, but did not think that it would actually conclude in such a manner. From start to end, only Yi Yuan executed a finger, and the dust settled. However, after the students dispersed, Wu Luochen remained at the plaza still, unmoving like a statue. Every day, when people walked by this place, they would use curious eyes to size up Wu Luochen. But Dean instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him. Naturally, there would not be anybody who would go up and speak to him. Just like that, Wu Luochen stood in the plaza for 7 days. After 7 days, Wu Luochen suddenly lifted his head to the skies and gave a long howl. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a punch, and it actually gave off the sound of dragons and tigers roaring, only to hear a boom. A stone lion in the plaza was disintegrated into dust by this punch of his through the air. The students' sing by suddenly saw this scene, and were amazed by this. Starting from that day forth, Wu Luochin would Serpa S. Wabugue without contest and became #1 on the martial roll. Of course, this was the afterward. After the sending off A.S. Semli, Yi Yuan returned to the capital and prepared to bid his parents farewell. But after heading back to the capital, Yi Yuan did not see Yi Hang and wife. Instead, manager Feng Sen gave him a letter. The letter was written in Yi Hang's handwriting. Yi Yuan opened the letter dubiously and started reading. Yuaner, forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. In truth, Father did not tell you this whole time, but your mother and I are not people of the southern domain, but from the northern domain. These few years, Father has always been worried about your growth, so I suppressed the thoughts of returning to the northern domain. To think that you'd profit from the misfortune of being poisoned the previous time and could already grow to be a man that can take charge of a front within a few short months, Father is very gratified. Now that you've already entered the sect and the state of Qin's affairs has concluded, Father is already completely sure to return to the northern domain. Your mother and I have to return to the northern domain because of some things. I've already handed the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion over to the imperial family to manage. 60% of all the income will be under your name. In addition, if you have any needs, you can raise it up to His Majesty. He will handle it. You just cultivate in peace in the Tranquil Cloud sect. In the future, after your mother and I finished our matters, we'll naturally come and look for you. After reading Yi Hang's letter, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Although Yi Hang did not mention in the letter what he was going to the northern domain to do, Yi Yuan could sense that the thing he was going to do was probably not so simple. Otherwise, Father and Mother would not use this sort of method to say goodbye to him. Linking it to some news he heard from Nanfeng, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling were being hunted down in the state of Yen back then. From this, it could be seen that they could very well have a powerful enemy. Or else, they would not have come to the southern domain from the distant northern domain. Young master, something happened to owner? When can he come back? Seeing Yi Yuan remain silent, Feng Sen could not help opening his mouth to ask. It's fine. They have something and need to go on a long trip. They probably can't return within a short period of time. In the future, there will be body from our Yi family in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. We'll have to trouble manager Feng to take care of it, Yi Yuan said with a smile. What are you saying, young master? Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is just like my home to me, old Feng. After owner comes back, I'll definitely give him back a proper and intact Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Feng Sen said, Ha! Then thank you very much, Manager Feng. Since Father and Mother have already left, I won't stay either. I'll set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. Till we meet again, Manager Feng. Yi Yuan waved goodbye to Feng Sen. Feng Sen watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, tears flowing from his aged eyes. In a blink of an eye, the Yi family household became empty. Chapter 215. Sect Protecting Grand Array. Chapter 215. Sect Protecting Grand Array outside the capital. When Yi Yuan saw Nanfeng watching and Nanfeng Jiro, he could not help being stupefied. Yi Yuan, you're really cold-blooded and heartless. You didn't even come and inform us before leaving. Nanfeng Jiro said, huffily. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he saw the situation and said, Teacher Nanfeng, senior apprentice sister, I was just afraid of not doing things properly causing grief and pain from bidding farewell. That's why I left without telling the two of you. I didn't think that you two would actually come to send me off. Humph. Who came to send you off? We're here to see senior apprentice brother Mo off. Nanfeng Jiro said. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This S really wanted to save face. To actually use this sort of method to deal with it. Didn't it seem too childish? Like that, huh? I wonder what senior apprentice sister is looking for senior apprentice brother Mo for? Yi Yuan asked. TCH, seeing your look of disbelief, you go and ask senior apprentice brother Mo. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Looking at this S's confident appearance, could it be that they really came to look for Mo Yuntian? Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, You little girl, you really like to keep people guessing. Yi Yuan, we're actually preparing to go with you to the Tranquil Cloud sect. With junior apprentice sister Nanfeng's alchemy Dao standards, she could have actually entered the sect long ago. But she chose to stay in the academy for the state of Qin's imperial family. Now that the state of Qin's matters has concluded, she can also leave in peace. As for Nanfeng Jiro, she's entering the sect under a retainer ident. 1. Tai, Mo Yuntian explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization after hearing this. Thinking about it, Nanfeng Ruoqing's alchemy Dao standards were not inferior to Yang Hao's. Since Yang Hao could become a core disciple, then she naturally had this qualification too. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, Nanfeng Ruoqing's yin-yang separation flow technique was already at the entry-level stage. In terms of alchemy, she likely tossed Yang Hao far behind her already. Yi Yuan knew that every core disciple could bring 5 retainers into the sect. Lure was also brought along under the retainer status. Speaking of lure, the frost poison in her body was already temporarily suppressed by the Essence Yang pill. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was still unable to completely remove the root of the frost poison. Hence, lure still could not cultivate for the time being. So that's the case. Then, didn't teacher Nanfeng become senior apprentice sister Nanfeng? Well, this way, I have an additional martial niece. Thinking about it, it's not too bad. Yi Yuan said smilingly. He. Elder sister Nanfeng became a generation younger instantly. How pitiful. Lure could not resist covering her mouth to giggle. Nanfeng Jiro was so angry that she glared with round eyes and said furiously, Who's your martial niece? I'm going to fight it out with you. Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Jiro drew her sword and stabbed. Yi Yuan lightly dodged it. Now forget about Nanfeng Jiro joking around. Even if she used her full strength, she also could not stab Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, All right, Jiro. Senior apprentice brother Mo is still here. Don't make a fool of yourself. Moreover, what Yi Yuan said is right. According to seniority, you're indeed his martial niece now. Nanfeng Jiro also knew that she could not beat Yi Yuan and said angrily, Humph, I don't want to be his martial niece. After a round of quarreling, Nanfeng Jiro refused to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle no matter what. Mo Yuntian opened his mouth to say, All right, it's getting late. Let's be on our way. Finus. Plussing, Mo Yuntian casually waved. A small-scale flying boat appeared in front of everyone. This was a flying spirit artifact, which could accommodate around 10 people. The group boarded the flying vessel and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect. After 2 days, the flying boat landed at a mountain with abundant spiritual qi. This place was endowed with natural spirits and had multiple ranges of mountains, just like a mortal world paradise. The flying boat landed directly at the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuntian put away the flying boat and said to everyone, This place is the Spirit Blessing Mountain, and also the location of the sect. Sect disciples are not to fly through the air in the sect without permission. Therefore, we can only land here and walk on foot up the mountain. So, this place is Spirit Blessing Mountain. I've been looking forward to this place. Since young, this is the first time I've come here. The heaven and earth essence energy in this place is so abundant, much stronger than at the Danwu Academy. Nanfeng, Jiro exclaimed in surprise after sensing it. The sect has a sect protecting Grand Array. Within the Grand Array, there's a spirit gathering formation. The essence energy here is naturally much richer than other places. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Mo Yuntian revealed a surprised look. Junior apprentice brother, Yi even knows array formations? To actually see through the illusion at a glance. Know a little bit. I can sense the power of array formations. But as for what formations I can't tell, Yi Yuan said. In reality, Yi Yuan saw through it with one look. This array formation was called Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5 array formation. It was just that it wasn't that good to behave overly monstrous in front of Mo Yuntian, which was why he pretended he did not know. When Mo Yuntian heard Yi Yuan say this, his surprise lessened a little. This junior apprentice, Brother Ye's talent in the martial Dao was Astoni's. Plussing while his attainments in alchemy Dao were extremely high. If he even knew array formations, then it was too monstrous. This is my tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array, Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power is extremely great. The average Soul Sea Realm powerhouse is unable to break this formation. Speaking of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, Mo Yuntian was also rather proud. Hearing Mo Yuntian's introduction, Nanfeng watching, and Niece revealed astonished looks. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse was something of the legends to them. But such a powerhouse was actually unable to break the tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array. The might of this Grand Array could be seen, but Yi Yuan remained calm and composed, and did not say anything. But he was somewhat disapproving of Mo Yuntian's words in his heart. No idea which idiot laid out this array formation, simply full of loopholes. After Yi Yuan's slight observation, he discovered at least 7 or 8 places where the Grand Array was slightly weaker. If he had transformation realm strength, breaking this array formation would be like playing around. Why would there be the need for a Soul Seal Realm powerhouse to break the formation? The so-called quasi-tier 5 array formation basically represented the pinnacle power of tier 4 array formations. That was also to say, even if the person breaking the array had peak Soul Sea Realm strength, they could forget about forcefully breaking this array formation. But Yi Yuan reckoned that for the current sect protecting array, as long as the person breaking the array had middle stage Soul Seal Realm strength, they could completely break it apart forcefully. Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array belonged to the peak existences among quasi-tier 5 array formations. A fine and proper sect protecting array was laid out in such a manner, one could only say that the level of the person who set up the formation was too low. This array at present, as long as the opposing party brought along a tier 4 array formation master, it could be broken very easily. If Yi Yuan laid out this grand array, forget about peak Soul Seal Realm powerhouses. Even half-step divine traversing realm powerhouses could only return defeated. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not say these things to Mo Yuntian, so as to avoid being overly shocking. The Tranquil Cloud sect had already set up their sect here for 1,000 years already, and it had been safe and sound the entire time. Though this array formation was slightly inferior, it did not seem to be too much of an issue. Furthermore, it could be seen from this Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array that the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundation was profoundly deep. All right, you guys follow me up the mountain. Mo Yuntian brought the few people and headed up the mountain. Good day, senior apprentice brother Mo. The disciple on duty guarding the gate took the initiative to go up and salute when he saw Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I'm under master's orders to fetch junior apprentice brother and sisters from the secular world up the mountain. This is the permit. The gatekeeping disciple took over the permit, used divine sense to sweep over it before returning to Mo Yuntian and opening up the path, saying, "If you please, senior apprentice brother Mo." Chapter 216. Put up with it a little. Chapter 216. Put up with it a little. Who's that young man? A second-level spirit condensation realm actually have to trouble senior apprentice brother Mo to personally fetch him from the secular world? Yeah, a second-level spirit condensation realm. Even being an outer sect disciple is enough for him to choke on. Senior apprentice brother Mo actually went to receive him personally. Most likely, it's due to ties from higher-ups, right? Haha, for sure. But entering the sect with this bit of strength, he will probably be eliminated very soon, right? These ability children from the secular world probably don't know the cruelty in the sects and even believe that this place is like those mediocre talents in the secular world. However, those two ladies are really like celestial fairies. If I can get close to them, ask me to die, and I'll also be willing. It's just, I wonder if they're going to enter the Pill Hall or Marshall Hall. Yeah, really too beautiful. Just now, I stared until I couldn't pull my eyes away. But such ravis. Plussing beauties, it wouldn't be our turn no matter what. You'd better not think too much. When the two disciples on duty saw Yi Yuan's realm, belittling mentality was naturally born. In the Dan Wu Academy, second-level spirit condensation, realm was already a very powerful existence. But in the sect, it was not even fit to carry shoes for others. They naturally felt that Yi Yuan only got in through some sect upper echelon relations. Yi Yuan and Co walked for roughly 2 hours along the mountain path before finally seeing the dense architectural complexes. Other than Yi Yuan, the rest were filled with curiosity towards sect life and could not resist looking around. Right at this moment, a disciple-looking young man walked over and gave Mo Yuntian a salute, saying, "Senior apprentice brother Mo." Zhang Jingha? Perfect. These few people are junior apprentice brothers and sister from the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. Come and get to know each other, Mo Yuntian said. Mo Yuntian introduced both parties to each other. Yi Yuan and the others also greeted Zhang Jing. This Zhang Jing had 9th-level spirit condensation realm strength. His ranking among core disciples was even quite near the front. When Zhang Jing heard Mo Yuntian's introduction, he said in surprise, "Junior apprentice Sister Nanfeng is already a high-rank alchemy master at such a young age. Even among the Pill Hall's core disciples, your strength is rather uncommon. Why did you only enter the sect today?" He directly neglected Long Tang and Yi Yuan. Not that he was enamored by Nanfeng Ruoqing's beauty, but because Long Tang and Yi Yuan's realms were too low. Such meager strength, they were basically existences at the bottom level in the sect. And Yi Yuan's strength was most likely ping the bottom of the barrel among outer sect disciples. Hence, as he saw it, Mo Yuntian naturally went to personally fetch this beautiful junior apprentice sister. Sect disciples were not very concerned with secular world matters. Regarding the matter of Yi Yuan and Long Tang clearing the Nine Heavens Road, there were scarcely any people who knew in the sect. Zhang Jing obviously did not know either. Yang Hao only knew because Yao Qian played the role as envoy this time. He ran into a stone wall in the secular world. After returning, he naturally would not go spreading it around. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Because there were still some matters to deal with in the secular world. That's why I delayed for some time." So that's the case. But junior apprentice, sister, don't have to worry. With your strength, you'll be able to stand firm in the Pill Hall very soon. By then, All of us senior apprentice brothers will probably have to rely on you, junior apprentice sister, Zhang Jiang said with a grin. As a matter of fact, within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the number of people in the Pill Hall was much lesser compared to the Martial Hall, but their position supersedes the Martial Hall. Everyone could become a martial artist, but not everyone could become an alchemist, especially in the Tranquil Cloud sect, which was established with medicinal pills. The position of alchemists was even higher. The reason was none other than martial artists could not steer clear from medicinal pills. The Martial Hall naturally could not separate from the Pill Hall either as well. Even today's Martial Hall head, Xiao Jian, also does not dare to say he's not reliant on the Pill Hall. Therefore, Zhang Jing befriending Nanfeng Ruoqing here was not only because she was pretty but because she was a high-rank alchemy master with huge potential, with Nanfeng Ruoqing's age, to be able to cultivate to such a realm in the secular world. Her future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. Building good relations with her now was obviously not a bad thing. However, while Zhang Jing was flattering Nanfeng Ruoqing's gaze would dart towards Yi Yuan either intentionally or unintentionally. If not for Yao Qian offending Yi Yuan, he would probably sweep through those so-called geniuses if he went to the Pill Hall, right? Senior apprentice brother is too kind. Ruoqing doesn't deserve it. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled faintly and expressed humility in an impeccable manner. Mo Yuntian saw that Zhang Jing made an error in judgment but did not expose it. Strength had to be proven by one's self. Other people's oral narrative might not be convincing. With the strength of Yi Yuan's talent, he would naturally not fall and die among the SES. In future, Zhang Jing will see it for himself. Zhang Jing, I still have to report back to Master. You arrange a place for the new junior apprentice brothers and sister on my behalf then, Mo Yuntian said. All right, just go ahead, senior apprentice brother. I'll settle it. Place junior apprentice sister Nanfeng in the Pill Barracks, Long Tang in the Human Barracks. As for junior apprentice brother Yi. Speaking until here, Mo Yuntian fell silent for a moment, appearing to be considering how to place Yi Yuan. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. I'll help junior apprentice brother Yi arrange for a nice place in the outer sect. Zhang Jing followed up. The way Zhang Jing saw it, Yi Yuan's age was too young. This cultivation realm was definitely piled up using medicinal pills, and his strength must be very appalling. It was impossible for him to be a core disciple. Hence, the way Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan was around the same as the disciples on duty at the gate. He thought that Mo Yuntian was contemplating how to consider Yi Yuan's face so as not make him look too bad. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuntian waved his hand and said, "You're mistaken. Junior apprentice brother Yi is a core disciple. How can he be placed in the outer sect? How about this, junior apprentice brother? Yi will have to put up with it a little and be placed in the earth barracks for the time being." Zhang Jing was frozen in place when he heard that and did not react for a long time. Put up with it a little? Earth barracks? Senior apprentice brother Mo was not having a fever, was he? Placing a second-level spirit condensation realm little rookie in the earth barracks was even making him suffer? The residences of the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples were separated into 3 levels: Heaven Barracks, Earth Barracks, and Human Barracks. The movements in the Human Barracks residences was the greatest because there were frequently people who were eliminated to the outer sect among them. The Earth Barracks was relatively stable. The strength of these people was around the middle among the core disciples. Zhang Jing was staying in the Earth Barracks. The Heaven Barracks was the preparatory camp for elite disciples. Every one of the students here had the qualifications to aim for elite disciple. Of course, it was just qualifications. becoming an elite disciple was too difficult. Even if there were elite disciples who were eliminated and entered core disciple, they could charge back very quickly. This was the gap between elite disciples and core disciples. And within the heaven barracks, other than a few very monstrous peak 9th level spirit condensation realm, virtually all of them were half-step crystal formation realm existences. This Yi Yuan was only 2nd level spirit condensation realm and was going to stay in the same camp as him. You got to joking. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you don't have any complaint about me placing you so, right? Mo Yuntian asked. All according to senior apprentice brother Mo's arrangements, Yi Yuan said. And since that's the case, then I'll make a move first. Goodbye, senior apprentice brother. Mo Yuntian left leisurely, leaving Zhang Jing, who was in an utter state of confusion. Chapter 217, The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Chapter 217, The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, shouldn't we go? Yi Yuan reminded when he saw Zhang Jing still in a daze. Only now did Zhang Jing startle like waking from a dream as he repeatedly nodded, saying, "Oh, okay, I'll bring you all to collect your ident. 1. Tie tokens first." Zhang Jing swept a glance over the few people's faces and could not help being secretly dejected. Could it be that these people did not know the difference between the human barracks and earth barracks? Or else, why would there be no reaction at all? Ignoring Long Tang, even Nanfeng Ruoqing's niece was already 5th level spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan being a S, signed to the Earth camp by senior apprentice brother Mo. Did they not have any thoughts about it at all? Musing over it, Zhang Jing could only place this sort of abnormal reaction on their ignorance. He even wondered if Yi Yuan had intentionally offended senior apprentice brother Mo, which was why senior apprentice brother Mo would use this kind of method to screw him over. No matter what, since senior apprentice brother Mo said so, he just has to do it. Zhang Jing brought everyone to retrieve their respective tokens before sending Nanfeng Ruoqing into the human barracks first. You guys store the ident. 1. Tie tokens well. Not only do they show your ident, 1. ties, but they are also an indispensable item when doing things in the sect. Not only are there detailed information about you on it, but there are also even sect contribution points belonging to you. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, secular world wealth is utterly useless. All of your actions are closely linked to contribution points. Cultivation venue, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on all require contribution points to exchange. In other words, without points, you'll find it hard to even move an inch forward. Zhang Jing expounded. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into the ident. 1. Tie token, and, as expected, he saw his personal particulars and points. And there are 100 points in my token. Could this be the original points? Yi Yuan inquired. Nanfeng Ruoqing and Long Tang also inserted their divine sense into the token, and, as expected, saw that they also had 100 points. Zhang Jing nodded and said, "That's right. No matter what rank of disciple one is, as long as you enter the sect, you'll have 100 points. But honestly speaking, these 100 points are only a little better than nothing." "Oh, why is that so?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhang Jing smiled and said, "Take cultivation sites, for example. The cultivation venues in the sect are divided into A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade tiers. The lowest tier, D grade cultivation room, requires the consumption of 10 points per day's use. C grade cultivation rooms are 50 points per day, B grade cultivation rooms are 100 points per day, while the highest A grade cultivation rooms are 200 points per day. 100 points are only enough to cultivate in B grade cultivation rooms for 1 day. Everyone came to a realization Only now did they know that these 100 points were simply just to dismiss beggars. It seemed like the first thing after entering the sect was not to cultivate, but to earn points. Or else, without points equals no cultivation resources. No cultivation resources mean falling behind others. Falling behind others means being eliminated. This was a vicious cycle. May I ask Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, how do we get points? Long Tang, who remained silent the entire time, asked a question. After all of you settle down, you can go to the Support Star Pavilion to take a look. There are detailed lists of how to obtain points. One look and you'll know. All in all, if you want to obtain points, then you have to perform a certain level of contribution to the sect and use your contribution to exchange for points. To us, Marshall Hall disciples, the way the majority of the people get points is to receive sect missions. After completing the mission, there will be a certain point reward. Zhang Jing did not get annoyed but explained patiently. Nanfeng Ruoqing asked with a smile, I wonder how many points Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang has. Zhang Jing had a faint smile as he said, My points aren't considered much among core disciples, just barely 10,000 points only. Even though Zhang Jing said it very modestly, anyone could sense that pride. Although Yi Yuan did not know if 10,000 points was a lot or not, he could tell from Zhang Jing's tone that this was already quite a number. Points was a consumable meant to be spent. For Zhang Jing to be able to save so many points, it was already evident that he was very amazing. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Jing, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, I wonder how many points are needed to exchange for the Purple Center Soul incantation? Zhang Jing was stunned, but he still answered. The Purple Center Soul incantation and the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art, these two sets of cultivation skills are the supreme treasures of the sect. The points required are extremely terrifying. The Purple Center Soul incantation is split into upper and lower volumes. In total, it requires 2 million points. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even if they did not have much of a general idea towards points right now, they also knew that these 2 million points were a horrifying number. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed and asked again, Does it mean that the lower volume of the Purple Center Soul incantation requires 1 million points? Zhang Jing shook his head and said, Not 1 million, but 1 for million. The second half of the Purple Center Soul incantation is extremely profound. Therefore, the points to exchange for it is even more. Yi Yuan finally understood why Jiang Yun has stayed in that sort of place like the state of Qin for over a decade. Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang for resolving my doubts. No need to be courteous. Even though he did not show anything on the surface, Zhang Jing was still rather critical towards Yi Yuan's questions. This young man was reaching way beyond his grasp, only at the second-level spirit condensation realm, and he was already thinking about exchanging for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. One had to know that it was because there were many alchemy grandmasters in the sect who were unable to come up with the points. That was why they remained stuck in that realm. Furthermore, as a Marshall Hall disciple, shouldn't he exchange for the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was even thinking about becoming an alchemist? Typical case of ignoring one's proper occupation. He obviously did not know that Yi Yuan had long integrated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art into his own sword intent. In a blink, they arrived at the Pill Barracks. Zhang Jing brought Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro to settle the relevant matters, and the group got up and left. Then, after, they sent Long Tang to the human barracks. Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan, and Lu Er, the trio reached the Earth Barracks at last. But once they entered the Earth Barracks, many curious eyes started to size up Yi Yuan. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, that Southeast Room will be your residence in the future. The Earth Barracks have always been more tensed. The location of that house is not great, but you just make do with it first. Zhang Jing pointed to a courtyard in the southeastern direction and said, "No worries. It's been tough on you along the way, senior apprentice brother Zhang." "Thank you very much," Yi Yuan said. While Yi Yuan knew that this Zhang Jing was kind of looking down on him, he would not mind other people's looks. After all, he worked hard the entire time. Giving thanks was still necessary. Bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan brought Luer along and was about to enter the house when several people blocked the path. "I heard that our Earth Barracks has a newcomer. Looks like it's you." The one speaking was an 18 or 19-year-old youth, peak 6th level spirit condensation realm. This was already an exceedingly monstrously existence in the state of Qin. However, Yi Yuan reckoned that his strength was likely at the bottom in this Earth Barracks. "Move aside." The other party clearly did not approach with good intentions, so he obviously did not need to be polite either. "Ha ha ha. He's telling me to move aside. A brat that is even inferior to an outer sect disciple actually told me to make way. Ha ha ha." Several people burst into laughter as they clearly felt that Yi Yuan's joke was hilarious to the max. Chapter 218, Sent Flying. Chapter 218, Sent Flying. Ha ha. Could it be that Body told you the first thing to do when you enter the Earth Barracks is to pay respects to our senior apprentice brother Tsung? Wanna enter? Pay respects to our senior apprentice brother Tsung first before talking. Somebody said by the side. This senior apprentice brother Tsung was called Tsung Yu, a local tyrant in the Earth Barracks. Of course, his overbearingness was only targeted towards those disciples weaker than him, or those disciples that had just entered the Earth Barracks. For disciples like Zhang Jing, he would obviously keep a respectful distance away. Tsung Yu looked at Yi Yuan placidly and said mockingly, "Want to tell me to move aside?" "Sure. That will have to depend on whether or not you have the capabilities to tell me to move aside. If you don't have the abilities, then you'll stay in that house over there. That's the place you should be staying in." Yi Yuan followed the direction he pointed to and looked over, but it was a hut. With any surprise, it should be the place for firewood and such. Zhang Jing had not walked far away yet and naturally saw this scene. But he did not plan on going over to help Yi Yuan. He also really wanted to see just what areas he said others in to actually make senior apprentice brother Mo send him directly to the Earth Barracks. If things really became out of hand, he would naturally come forward to help Yi Yuan sweep away these flies. However, if Yi Yuan was purely just a loser, then whether or not he came forward was another matter altogether. That would mean that senior apprentice brother Mo was only just SCREWING with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed lightly. He said with a helpless face, "Is there no third path that I can choose?" Tsung Yu chortled with laughter and said, "Yes, of course there is. I'm the most reasonable." Yi Yuan did not speak, but waited for Tsung Yu to continue talking. "Looking at your appearance, you should have just entered, right? As long as you hand over 100 points, you can stay here tonight for one night. How's that? This price is still very reasonable, yeah? Not only today. It will be like this in the future too. Every 100 points, one night. If you don't hand it over, also not an issue. Stay in the hut." Tsung Yu had a sincere face and looked as if he was a philanthropist. Truthfully, students who just entered the Earth Barracks being bullied by this group of people was a recurring event. Relying on extorting newcomers, Tsung Yu's and his gang's points had always been decent. Their lives in the Earth Barracks were rather pleasant. Of course, only this sort of people like him, that was the CLA's cycle case of not desiring to move up and did not have much room for improvement would do this kind of things. It was because Sangyu could not advance and could not move down that he would choose such a method. On this aspect, the sex management was not much different from the Danwu Academy, as long as one did not violate sect rules and did not cause death. And, oh, body would bother with you being a little tyrannical. The martial artist world had always been about talking with strength. Yi Yuan did not get angry. On the contrary, Xing Yu's words made his eyes light up as he asked curiously, "Points can be transferred privately?" "Of course. As long as you're willing, you can use soul force to transfer the points in your ident. 1. Tie token to my token. Such actions are one way and must be out of your own willingness. How about it? Let's begin." Sangyu did not think too much and just explained away. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's start." Sangyu smirked and fished out his own ident. 1. Tai token, he said with a smile. "A man who can recognize the present situation is a great man. I admire you very much, boy. On the account that you're so forthright, I'll give you a 20% discount in the future. One night, 80 points. Sangyu initially thought that he would need to expend some effort, but who knew that this punk was a loser who directly conceded. But thinking about it, second-level spirit condensation, realm matching up with him. One fight was enough for him to lie in bed for half a month. It was naturally not more worthwhile than just directly giving the points. Protecting one's interest and staying away from harm was the move of a wise man. However, Yi Yuan did not take out his ident. 1. Tai card. Instead, he said with a grin, "Senior apprentice brother Tsung, right? I think you're mistaken. What I meant was that you guys transfer me the points. Well, I'm a very fair person. One night, 200 points are enough." Xingyu's face changed. He only knew now that he was being fooled by Yi Yuan. He said icily, "You're very daring, punk. To actually dare make a mockery out of me. Sangyu? Punk, you're the one courting death. Don't blame senior apprentice brother Tsung for not giving you a chance. Turns out that it's a tough bone. Really misjudged. Senior apprentice brother Tsung. I'll teach this punk a good lesson for you. To actually dare to trick senior apprentice brother Tsung. Haha, I think you won't even get to stay in the woodshed." The few people by the side also reacted at this time. Each one of them was taking delight in others' misfortune and even rubbing their hands together, itching for a go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I also didn't say to begin transferring to you. It was your own wishful thinking that you thought that way. From today onwards, you guys can sleep in the woodshed for 100 points per night." The group of people looked at Yi Yuan like they were staring at a fool. Could this punk have lost his mind? But at this juncture, everyone could also tell that today's matter would not end well, especially Zhang Jing. He initially also thought that Yi Yuan was a loser, laying down his arms and surrendering right away. But he did not think that this matter would have a 180-degree turn. Yi Yuan actually dared to ask protection fee from Sangyu. Zhang Jing had no idea whether Yi Yuan really had some capabilities, or was he simply soft in the head. If not, he was a spoiled young master. Really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you want to sleep out in the open, then I'll help you. Wind Thunder Palm. Xingyu put away his token and attacked Yi Yuan with a lightning speed palm. He was quick, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Spirit Void shattering S.P.A.C. was suddenly unleashed. Yi Yuan's sword finger arrived in front of Xingyu in a blink of an eye. He actually arrived first, even though he moved later. Xingyu's palm hit nothing, while Yi Yuan's sword finger was in contact with his chest. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrunk. This was precisely deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. A moment earlier, Yi Yuan was still frail like a tiny blade of GRS swaying in the wind. The next instant, his entire being transformed into a sharp sword. It looked as if Yi Yuan's sword finger only lightly tapped on Sun Yu's chest and did not seem to have used much strength. But Sun Yu's body directly flew out like he collided with a spring, only stopping after rolling on the floor for over 100 feet. Yi Yuan looked at his sword finger and started frowning. He muttered to himself, "Got to make good use of my time to cultivate." This finger actually failed to even break the protective essence energy. Everyone collectively turned into stone when they heard this sentence from Yi Yuan. A second-level spirit condensation realm sent the peak sixth-level spirit condensation realm sent you flying with one finger and was actually disgruntled with such a battle result. Although Sun Yu was kind of an ass, as his strength was not considered weak. If not, he also would not be able to stay securely in the Earth Barracks. In the Earth Barracks, even if one wanted to become a local tyrant, they also need some skills. Those sect disciples who had just obtained the qualifications to stay in the Earth Barracks were not soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. Without some capabilities, they might get their faces smacked by them instead. But Sun Yu had never failed to bully new disciples before. He would not bully anyone who comes. Before bullying people, he would look at the other person's performance first. If the other party were a fierce character, he would give up decisively. He did not think that he would actually be sent flying by a second-level spirit condensation realm with one finger today. "Hey, crawl up if you're not dead. All of you, come together," Yi Yuan said to Sun Yu, who was pretending to be dead, on the ground. Chapter 219. There's someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Chapter 219. There's someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Sun Yu struggled to crawl up from the ground. He rubbed his faintly aching chest, and the gaze he had toward Yi Yuan was filled with hatred and rage. He originally thought that a second-level spirit condensation realm brat was easy to bully, but he did not imagine that he would fail right after coming up. This time, he lost a great deal of face. Truly a major setback due to carelessness. He did not think that this punk's speed was so fast. Luckily, Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. Otherwise, that blow just now would be him lying in bed for half a month. The way he saw it, it was naturally a moment of carelessness for him earlier. He did not think that he would be taken in because Yi Yuan's speed was fast. "Stinking brat, you're the one who said it. Brothers, there's no need to be courteous. Give him a proper greeting." Although Sun Yu felt that it was him being careless just now, he did not dare to be negligent, so he directly called the others to attack together. Sun Yu and his gang were only 5 men. To Yi Yuan, it was no different from one person. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan became 9 people just like that. 9 swords dance. A faint voice sounded. 9 streaks of force vanished after a flash, following which heart-rending cries sounded out here and there. 5 people were struck at the same time. Of course, the most miserable one was still Sun Yu. He sustained 5 streaks of force alone. While this force could not kill, he was currently badly battered, contorting his face in agonizing pain. "Can you begin now, senior apprentice brother Sun?" Yi Yuan took 2 steps in front of asked, lightly. Sun Yu was startled by Yi Yuan's actions. He quickly scrambled backward and hurriedly said, I'll give you 200 points right now. Don't attack anymore, junior apprentice brother." Sun Yu speedily fished out his token and swiped 200 points into Yi Yuan's token. Yi Yuan's points instantly became 300. At this point, if he still thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, then he would really be a fool. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a metal plate. He really kicked a metal plate today. Sun Yu was currently regretting until his intestines were green. He heard just now that the newcomer was only second-level spirit condensation realm. So he brought people over to collect protection fees without even thinking about it. Who knew that he would fail to collect protections fees, but had protection fees collected instead? How black-hearted! Collecting 200 points a night. That was the same price as an A-grade cultivation room. He only had 2,000 points in his token. If this brat were to collect protection fees every day onwards, didn't that mean that his points would be finished in 10 days? This was the type of situation where whatever a person feared, it would happen. After Yi Yuan finished collecting the other people's points, he opened his mouth again to say, "In future, report here every day. Remember to bring points. You can still choose to stay in the woodshed. It's very cheap, only 100 points a night. Well, if you don't come, bear the consequences yourself." Have to come every day? Sung Yu inquired with a bitter face. What? Need me to repeat again? Yi Yuan looked at Sung Yu and asked with a grin. No, definitely come. I will definitely come. This. Junior apprentice brother Yi, can we leave now? Sung Yu asked weakly. Of course you can. Don't tell me you still want me to keep you guys here to have a meal? Yi Yuan said coolly. Sung Yu and the rest felt immediate relief from heavy pressure and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Afterward, under silence, Yi Yuan brought Luer into his little court. With a bang, the door was shut, startling everyone awake. Where did this junior apprentice brother come from? Is he really second-level spirit condensation realm? Isn't that nonsense? Don't you have eyes? From the start till end, his essence energy undulations has always been second-level spirit condensation realm. But isn't this too sick? A second-level spirit condensation realm can defeat Sung Yu. Isn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle a little too exaggerated? It's not a little exaggerated. I've never heard of crossing for minor realms to do battle within the sect before. This sort of situation only happens in the secular world, right? However, this junior apprentice brother is still too rash. He beat Sun Yu until this manner, and even S, N, A, T, C had their points. Sung Yu definitely won't let this matter go. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Tsing Cheng is estimated to return to the sect soon. Yeah? Once he returns, there will be a good show to watch. I wonder if this junior apprentice brother will remain so bold when facing senior apprentice brother Tsing Cheng. These people were discussing Yi Yuan, but did not know how great the shock Yi Yuan gave Zhang Jing was. He was dead sure that Yi Yuan absolutely showed mercy just now. Among the people present, Zhang Jing's cultivation was the highest. Furthermore, he was the same as Mo Yuntian. They both cultivated in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, while Zhang Jing's attainments in Sword Dao could not compare to Mo Yuntian. It was still quite profound. Just now, that force appeared to have been struck out with finger skills by Yi Yuan, but Zhang Jing clearly sensed a familiar sword intent. It looked like, yet was not really the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. An absurd idea suddenly flashed past Zhang Jing's mind. Although Yi Yuan's Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent seemed to appear correct, yet was wrong. It was even stronger than it. It was just that Yi Yuan was limited by his strength and could not unleash the true might of this sword intent. Even so, this was plenty for him to leap ranks and battle. If Yi Yuan was holding a sword in his hand just now, even the most ordinary sword, wanting to kill Tsing Yu, was as easy as turning his hand. While finger skills could imitate sword intent, compared to a real sword, it was lacking in some parts of killing chi and sharp intent. The attack power would naturally be much lousier. Also, Xingyu's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Hence, it was quite taxing for Yi Yuan to want to break his protective essence energy. This was the source of why Yi Yuan was lamenting about his realm being too low. He finally understood now why senior apprentice brother Mo would hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan. He was not undecided on whether to place Yi Yuan in the Earth Barracks or Human Barracks, but uncertain on whether or not to put Yi Yuan in the Heaven Barracks. Yi Yuan's talent was not the slightest bit inferior to those freaks in the Heaven Barracks. Incorrect. It should be even higher. Among those freaks in the Heaven Barracks, which one of them could crush fellow disciples for minor realms higher than them when they were at second-level spirit condensation realm. With Yi Yuan's talent, challenging those freaks in the Heaven Barracks was only a matter of time. At this current moment, Zhang Jing felt that everything that was illogical become rational. Mo Yuntian's hesitation, Long Tang's indifference, Nanfeng Ruoqing's calmness. Before this, Zhang Jing thought that it was very abnormal. Only now did he know that they simply felt that it was natural and right. Yi Yuan obviously could not be bothered with other people's astonishment. He was currently feeling quite satisfied. He was still worrying that getting points would be very troublesome and very taxing on time. He did not think that there would be someone delivering a pillow when he wanted to take a nap, right after entering the sect, and someone delivered 1,000 points. Adding the original points, he already had 1,100 points in this short work. Nice one. Now, he could train in the A-grade cultivation room for 5 whole days. To Yi Yuan, the most pressing issue on hand was raising cultivation realm. Ever since the breakthrough when battling with Black Crow Old Man the previous time, a month's time had already said. During this 1 month, he experienced several major life and death fights and had consolidated his realm long ago. Presently, his breakthrough in cultivation realm was already at hand. It was only waiting for him. After settling down in his lodging, Yi Yuan prepared to go to the A-grade cultivation room to cultivate. He planned on breaking through to the 4th-level spirit condensation realm in a single go. Chapter 220, vying for an A-grade cultivation room. Chapter 220, vying for an A-grade cultivation room the next day. Yi Yuan arrived at the cultivation venues early in the morning. The disciple on duty looked sideways at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Swipe your ident. 1. Tie token at the green-colored light column over there and find the room yourself. There are still many D-grade rooms. Pick anyone you like. I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain and said directly. That disciple thought that he heard wrongly and asked, "What did you say?" "I said I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan repeated again. That disciple could not help resizing up Yi Yuan before asking curiously, "Do you have so many points?" This disciple could not be blamed for looking down on Yi Yuan. 2nd-level spirit condensation, realm strength, was at most the standards of an outer sect disciple. To outer sect disciples, points were a very luxurious item. Basically, the points they could get were only that 100 points given by the sect right from the start. They simply could not acquire a source for points. Even if they went to do sect mission, they could only choose those missions that had very low point rewards, at most several hundred points. And to these outer sect disciples, the difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. Many people would lose their lives during the missions. Even if they obtained several hundred points after completing the mission, it was also impossible for them to bear to use them on A-grade cultivation rooms. It was too extravagant. Therefore, when this disciple on duty first laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he determined that he could not afford to use cultivation rooms above C-grade. Cultivation rooms were all supported by spirit-gathering formations. The richness of essence energy was much greater than the outside world. The weakest D-grade cultivation room was twice of the outside world. C-grade was thrice, B-grade was 6 times, while A-grade was 10 times. In terms of price, A-grade cultivation rooms were 20 times of D-grade rooms, but the effect was only 10 times. Logically speaking, D-grade cultivation rooms were more worth it. But for martial artists, the price was not calculated like this. What they pursued was speed. 10 times the cultivation speed could save far too much time. Once a martial artist's age reached a certain level and their potential was exhausted, then no matter how much they strived, it would also be of no avail. To martial artists, time was cultivation. Time was power. Time was status. Towards such discrimination, Yi Yuan had long grown accustomed to it and was disinclined to fuss over it. He directly swiped his ident. 1 Tai token on the red-colored light column 5 times. The light columns were divided into red, orange, yellow, and green, these 4 colors. They represented A, B, C, D, the 4 types of cultivation rooms, respectively. This swiping from Yi Yuan directly deducted 1,000 points. He returned back to an era of extreme poverty. Yi Yuan's actions stunned that disciple on duty in his place. This was the first time he had witnessed such a nouveau riche outer sect disciple. I want to use 5 days of A-grade cultivation room. Senior apprentice brother, please arrange for it. That disciple on duty was dazed for some time before coming around and said, just right. There's one last A-grade cultivation room left. This is the secret key to the cultivation room. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. He did not think that the A-grade cultivation rooms were so popular. There was actually only one left. Didn't people say that points were very precious? Why were there so many rich people? However, Yi Yuan was not in the mood to be concerned about it. He took over the secret key and was about to enter to cultivate. Right then, a burly man barged inside with much haste and said to the disciple on duty, I want an A-grade cultivation room. 10 days. The disciple on duty looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the burly man before saying awkwardly, say senior apprentice brother Dai, sorry about this, but the last A-grade cultivation room has already been rented by this junior apprentice brother. The burly man S bell-like eyes went wide open, and he said angrily, what did you say? The disciple on duty jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother Dai, and none of my business. This junior apprentice brother arrived a little before you and already charged his points, according to the rules. What rules? This father of yours makes the rules. What the H-E-L. L is he, a second-level spirit condensation realm, using the A-grade cultivation room for. Hey, boy, give me the secret key. I'll pa S. S you the points you spent. Senior apprentice brother Dao bellowed at Yi Yuan. It did not sound like a discussing tone, no matter how one listened to it. This junior apprentice brother is a newcomer, right? Senior apprentice brother Dai Zichen is one of the hottest rising star in the Pill Barracks. Give him the place. Befriending him will bring huge benefits to you in the future. The disciple on duty also tried to chime in. Dai Zichen was also delighted when he heard that and said with a smile, what he said is right. Boy, give the place to me. In future, if you have any problems, come directly to the Pill Barracks to find me. I'll cover you. Yi Yuan originally could not be bothered to deal with this senior apprentice, Brother Dao. But seeing that he was so arrogant, he smiled and said, Fine, 2,000 points, and I'll sell it to you. What did you say? 2,000 points? Why don't you go and rob? Dai Zichen froze before becoming enraged. This change of hands directly doubled the points. Wasn't this messing with him? Not buying? If you're not buying, Then I'm going in to cultivate already. Finus. H.I. Plussing, Yi Yuan turned around straight away and prepared to head for the cultivation room. Halt! I'm telling you to halt! Yi Yuan ignored him and continued walking there. Dai Zichen was infuriated. With a flash, he grabbed at Yi Yuan. Ha ha! This boy still doesn't know Senior Apprentice Brother Dai's prowess yet, right? Senior Apprentice Brother Dai is not only amazing at alchemy, but he's also extremely powerful in the martial path, one of the few alchemy and martial dual prodigies in the sect. A second-level spirit condensation, realm dare to be disrespectful to Senior Apprentice Brother Dai. Isn't this courting death? The disciple on duty took delight in others' misfortunes secretly. Dai Zichen's figure was clearly very burly, but the movements when he made his move was extremely nimble. In a blink of an eye, he reached Yi Yuan's back. But right then, the view in front of Dai Zichen blurred. 9 Yi Yuans appeared in front of his eyes instantly. This grab actually missed. Being taken by surprise, Dai Zichen staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. By the time he stabilized his body and wanted to look for Yi Yuan again, Yi Yuan already disappeared. Where's that punk? Dai Zichen asked the disciple on duty rather bewilderedly. The expression on the disciple on duty was very interesting. He was very excited about seeing Yi Yuan make a fool of himself, but in the end, it was Dai Zichen who was played by Yi Yuan. That excited expression directly froze in place. Dai Zichen was 9th level spirit condensation realm. He actually failed to catch 2nd level spirit condensation realm. How was this possible? Hearing Dai Zichen posed a question, the disciple on duty abruptly woke up and stuttered. He already went in. For eyes met and remained silent for a long time. Hey, what's that kid's background? A 2nd level spirit condensation realm actually have such strength? Dai Zichen inquired curiously. Let me check. Yi Yuan swiped his ident. 1 Tai token, so his information was naturally also recorded by the light column. The disciple on duty could easily find it. The disciple on duty inserted his soul force into the red-colored light column and started to search for Yi Yuan's information. Yi Yuan, age 15, 2nd level spirit condensation realm, status. The disciple on duty read out as he retrieved the information, but paused at the end. What about the status? Say it. Dai Zichen asked anxiously by the side. The disciple on duty stared at Dai Zichen and said somewhat uncertainly, status is Marshall Hall's Earth Barracks disciple. Could it be that the ident, 1 Tai token has an error? How can a 2nd level spirit condensation realm be an Earth Barracks disciple? Dai Zichen's eyes rolled, and he said with a chuckle, how can it be wrong? If he's not an Earth Barracks student, how could he possibly evade this grab of mine? Chapter 221. Yi Yuan is under my protection. Chapter 221. Yi Yuan is under my protection. But even if a 2nd level spirit condensation realm were very heaven-defying, being in the human barracks was already at the limits, right? Isn't being in the Earth Barracks too exaggerated? The disciple on duty still did not dare to quite believe it. What the H-E-L-I do you know? Ha! Looks like a very interesting fellow has arrived at the Marshall Hall. I want 10 days of A-grade cultivation room. Once a room is available, notify me. Finus. H-I plussing. Dai Zichen directly swiped 2,000 points on the red-colored light column. Although A-grade cultivation rooms were expensive, because there were few in number, it would frequently be in a saturated state. This swipe from Dai Zichen was equivalent to waiting in the queue. Dai Zichen was just about to wait in the rest area when 5 disciples entered the door all at once. I want B-grade cultivation room. 10 days. The person at the front said to the disciple on duty, Me too, 10 days. Also me, D*MN, I also want 10 days. Even if your father spends finish all the points, I won't give these points Yi Yuan, that stinking brat either. That's right. After senior apprentice brother Sun Chung returns, we'll definitely give that stinking brat a good one. These few people were Sun Yu and his gang, who were beaten up mercilessly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made them report to hand over points every day. This was seriously wretched. Ignoring that it was humiliating, they even had to hand over their hard-earned points with both hands. The few people put their heads together and thought of a plan, which was to hide in the cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms forbid other people from disturbing. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he also would not dare to enter the cultivation rooms to drag them out. Right? Tseng Yu's elder brother, Tseng Chung, was going to return very soon. As long as they endured until he came back, would they need to be scared of one Yi Yuan? Dai Zichen was originally disinclined to bother with these people. When he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's name, he could not help becoming curious. Could it be that the Yi Yuan in their conversation was the same person as that boy he encountered just now? Hey, you people, who is this Yi Yuan you guys were just talking about? Dai Zichen asked right in their faces. Ah, so it's senior apprentice brother Dai. I pay respects to senior apprentice brother Dai. Last time, I even heard from Big Brother that senior apprentice brother Dai is an alchemy and martial duel prodigy. Even he admires very much. Tseng, you clearly recognize Dai Zichen. The Pill Hall disciples were all in great demand. In order to get closer to him, Tseng Yu even pulled out Tseng Chung. Dai Zichen waved his hands in irritation and said, Answer my question. Recalling Yi Yuan, the expression on Tseng Yu's face instantly became embarrassed. As said, Ha! Ha ha, he's just a mere N.O. body. How is it worth senior apprentice brother Dai's attention? Tseng Yu gave a chuckle and tried to smoke things over. A.N.O. body? What's with the injury on your face? How can Dai Zichen be so easy to hoodwink? Seeing the expression on Tseng Yu's face, he knew that there must have been some unpleasant incident that happened between them. Furthermore, these few people were clearly injured. It was evident that they were the ones who suffered a loss. This. Tseng Yu stammered and could not speak. Dai Zichen's face darkened as he said, I am asking you again, is this Yi Yuan from your conversation is the second level spirit condensation realm who had just entered the sect? Ah, yes. Could it be that senior apprentice brother Dai has met him before? Tseng Yu did not know how Dai Zichen knew Yi Yuan. Dai Zichen nodded and said, Not only did we meet, we even exchanged blows. Exchanged blows. Tseng Yu was stunned when he heard it at first and immediately be overjoyed as he said, Ha! That punk is really unbridled to actually dare provoke senior apprentice brother Dai. He must have been had the C.R.A.P. beaten out of him by senior apprentice brother Dai, right? Dai Zichen snickered and said, Nothing like that. I failed. Well, what? Senior apprentice brother Dai attacked and actually failed? This. How's this possible? Disbelief was written all over Tseng Yu's face. Enough C.R.A.P. Failed means failed. Don't tell me I'll even deceive you? Hearing your intentions just now, are you planning on making Tseng Chung find him to settle the scores? Dai Zichen asked threateningly. Tseng Yu's brain could not quite process it. Didn't Dai Zichen say that he exchanged blows with Yi Yuan earlier? Why was he protecting him now? This was all rather baffling. What? I asked if you heard me? Dai Zichen said with a glare. H heard it. We won't find any trouble with him. Tseng Yu said weakly. Speaking of which, Tseng Cheng's strength was around the same as Dai Zichen. But he could not compete because he was a Pill Hall disciple, Pill Hall core disciples, which one of them were not Flurries. I plussing with each pa as Singday, not for anything else, but because they could affect the Marshall Hall disciples' monthly salary. The so-called monthly salary was the medicinal pills that disciples collect from the sect every month. It was given away for free by the sect for disciples' cultivation use. However, these medicinal pills were only the most basic medicinal pills. Furthermore, there wasn't much of it. If they wanted to use better medicinal pills, they still needed to use points to exchange. But which martial artist would mind having more medicinal pills for cultivation purposes? This was also the reason why Pill Hall disciples were arrogant. If you heard it, then good. Now, scram inside and cultivate. If you let me find out that you dare to cause trouble behind the scenes, you know the consequences. Dai Zichen returned to the rest area. Tseng Yu and Co exchanged glances. The originally unbridled arrogance instantly vanished with a trace. They were still hoping to regain face after Tseng Cheng returns, but now. Ignoring all other things, Tseng Cheng definitely would not offend Dai Zichen, just for a Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not know that the burly man just now actually helped him block a wave of trouble. Of course, even if he knew, it did not matter. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan directly started to impact the third-level spirit condensation realm. After experiencing several major battles, Yi Yuan's realm was also incomparably solid. It was just that he always did not have time to break through. Presently, Yi Yuan just lightly prodded and broke through this layer of window paper straight away. A wild essence energy tempest formed inside the cultivation room. After being refined via the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, it finally formed 9 spirit liquid drops inside Yi Yuan's Dantian. The third-level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan currently already possessed 27 spirit liquid drops inside his Dantian, while the fifth-level spirit condensation realm Long Tang currently only had 25 spirit liquid drops. Following the rise in realm, the gap between Yi Yuan and other spirit condensation realm martial artists would become increasingly greater. This spirit gathering formation is pretty good. It can actually withstand my consumption. These 1,000 points were not wasted. Yi Yuan, who had a breakthrough in cultivation realm, was rather pleased with this A-grade cultivation room. The heaven and earth essence energy he expended when breaking through realms was more than double of the average person. Yet, this spirit gathering formation could provide essence energy unceasingly. These 1,000 points were naturally well spent. Of course, even if it was not worth it, he did not feel any heartache either. It was given by other people anyway, no big deal. Just like that, Yi Yuan spent an entire day to consolidate the third-level spirit condensation realm. The second day, he took out a medicinal pill from the storage ring and directly swallowed it into his abdomen. This was the transcendent grade essence spirit pill that Yi Yuan refined before coming to the sect. He planned on breaking through to the fourth-level spirit condensation realm in one go. Chapter 222, Sect Decree. Chapter 222, Sect Decree. While Yi Yuan was in retreat, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Nanfeng Jiro, and Long Tang came together as a group. They were originally thinking of inviting Yi Yuan to take a look at the support star pavilion together to see if there were any ways to get points as soon as possible. But they heard from Luer that Yi Yuan went into a close seclusion. The trio could not help being dumbfounded. After clarifying the whereabouts of where Yi Yuan's points came from, the few people exchanged glances again. This fellow's cultivation realm is too deceptive. He doesn't even need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. just standing there, and there are people giving points. Nanfeng Jiro was the first one who could not resist laughing. Hearing Nanfeng Jiro's words, the group also could not hold back their laughter. What she said was right. Yi Yuan's second-level spirit condensation, realm strength, was indeed too deceptive. His true strength far surpa. As said this, since Yi Yuan was in such a rush to enter a retreat, looks like his realm had reached a bottleneck long ago. After he exits seclusion, he'll probably have broken through to the third-level spirit condensation realm already. Long Tang said, with Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he should have indeed broken through long ago. Nanfeng Ruoqing said in agreement. Since that's the case, we don't have the need to stay anymore. Senior apprentice sister, Nanfeng, let's go down to the support star pavilion. Long Tang also changed his form of address to Nanfeng. All right. Nanfeng Ruoqing naturally did not have any objections. Right then, a voice sounded out from outside. Is junior apprentice brother Yi present? I'm Mo Yuntian. Luer opened the door and invited Mo Yuntian in, saying, How are you, senior apprentice brother Mo? Young master went to the cultivation room to undergo a retreat. He said it will probably take 5 days. Mo Yuntian was also speechless when he heard that. Went to the cultivation rooms. Haha, that's really diligent. But him going to the cultivation rooms now isn't appropriate, right? With his talent, going to the D-grade cultivation rooms is a waste of time. Luer smiled and recounted the incident that happened yesterday once more to Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian involuntarily shook his head when he heard that and said, Junior apprentice brother, Yi is really an extraordinary person. He did something like robbing points right after entering the sect. But those fellows also deserved it. It's just. Master finally squeezed some time out today and wanted to summon Yi Yuan. Didn't think that he entered a retreat. Instead, I'm afraid. Senior apprentice brother Mo is worried about the Ouyang family. Nanfeng Ruoqing clearly knew the inside information and followed up. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, That's right. With the Ouyang family's influence, the news of junior apprentice brother Yi entering the sect definitely can't be concealed. They have most likely been waiting for this day for a long time. Originally, Master wanted to see Yi Yuan first to think of a countermeasure after understanding the situation. After 5 days, probably won't make it. Then what to do? Luer asked worriedly. Mo Yuntian remained silent. Right then, another voice sounded from outside the door. Sect decree is here. Yi Yuan, receive the decree. Everyone's brows knitted together, thinking to themselves that it came so quickly. The group went out and saw a youth around the same age as Mo Yuntian, with an imposing manner. Xian Lai, you guys really can't wait. Mo Yuntian said coolly, his words carrying derision. Mo Yuntian, you don't have to be so sarcastic. This sect decree is also not issued by me. I'm only here under orders. Ask Yi Yuan to come out. The sect commands Yi Yuan to immediately leave for the main peak to undergo the Tri-Hall joint hearing. Xian Lai said icily. Mo Yuntian's complexion changed, but he said, You came one step late. Yi Yuan has already entered the cultivation room. He will only exit seclusion 5 days later. Xian Lai was confused when he heard that. Wasn't that Yi Yuan a newcomer? Why would he have points to enter the cultivation rooms? Could it be that he entered the D-grade cultivation rooms in order to hide from the sect decree? However, one may get off today, but not tomorrow. He had to receive this sect decree eventually. Furthermore, didn't the more he tried to hide, the more it showed his guilt? Seemed like the matter of this boy stealing pill formulas was almost certainly true. Since that's the case, goodbye. Finus. Plusing, Xinli left without even turning back. Who was that person? What a powerful heir. Long Tang asked. He's from the disciplinary hall, the hall head's direct disciple. Xinli. His cultivation is not beneath mine. This Xinli is also someone who cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Mo Yuntian said. No wonder he was so powerful. It's just, he left just like that. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, the sect decree is personally issued by the sect master. The command is extremely powerful and must be set onto Yi Yuan. And after Yi Yuan receives the sect decree, he must carry it out right away. Since Xinli knows that Yi Yuan went to the cultivation rooms, he'll surely search there first. After confirming it, he will return to report it and go back to the cultivation rooms to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Doesn't that mean that we won't even get to see Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Ruoqing said worriedly. Mo Yuntian nodded and did not say anything. Senior apprentice brother, Mo, what's the tri-hall joint hearing that Xinli was talking about? Long Tang asked. Apart from the Martial Hall and Pill Hall, the Tranquil Cloud sect still has an independent disciplinary hall. The tri-hall joint hearing is combining these three halls together to commence a ruling towards Yi Yuan's actions. If the ruling is guilty, Mo Yuntian did not continue talking. Everyone could guess the result. Then doesn't that mean that us coming to the sect is like sheep entering a tiger's jaws? Luer's words were rather direct when talking due to concern towards her master. Nanfeng Ruoqing hurriedly pulled Luer. Now was clearly not the time to be saying this. Mo Yuntian was the only person who could save Yi Yuan now. If they offended him too, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, Mo Yuntian did not mind it. Instead, he smiled at Luer and said, Miss Luer need not worry. Yi Yuan is ancestor Lu Yan's successor. The person Master holds the most respect for in this life is ancestor Lu Yan. Whatever happens, Master will also defend Yi Yuan strongly. Moreover, how the final ruling is to be said is still up to the sect master. With Mo Yuntian saying this, everyone also felt much more assured, but the atmosphere was still very stifling. Yi Yuan remained completely focused on impacting the fourth-level spirit condensation realm in full force inside the A-grade cultivation room. Although the spirit liquid drops condensed in each minor realm during the spirit condensation realm was the same, the difficulty was different. This was like filling a container with water. At the start, the container was empty, wanting to fill it was naturally very easy. But as more and more water goes in, the difficulty of storing more would increase. The essence energy spirit liquid in the Dantian merely looked like a few drops, but it was already in a saturated state. Wanting to break through to the next realm, one had to compress the spirit liquid once more to make C for the spirit liquid condensed in the future. Therefore, the further down spirit condensation, Realm 1 went, the difficulty of breakthrough would rise exponentially. In comparison, Yi Yuan's difficulty of breaking through was much greater than the average spirit condensation realm martial artist, because he condensed the perfect 9 drops of spirit liquid, compressing 1 spirit liquid drop and compressing 9 spirit liquid drops. The difference in difficulty was not as simple as 9 times. Luckily, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was overbearing enough. Yi Yuan's experience was sufficiently abundant, and along with the assistance from the transcendent grade medicinal pill, these challenges were not a problem to Yi Yuan. For days after Yi Yuan entered the cultivation room, an essence energy storm formed once again. Chapter 2:23. The divine text reappears. Chapter 2:23. The divine text reappears. Dai Zichen was already infinitely close to half-step crystal formation realm. He entered a close seclusion this time because he planned on consolidating his realm even further, so as to break through to half-step crystal formation realm. Currently, Dai Zichen's condition was very good. He felt that he could roughly break through cultivation realms after another 1 or 2 attempts. And what's the matter? Why did the essence energy in the cultivation room become weaker? Dai Zichen, who was in a cultivation state the whole time, was suddenly startled awake by this situation, which occurred suddenly. Shutting his eyes to sense things, Dai Zichen discovered that the essence energy in his cultivation room was weakening rapidly, as if it was being plundered by something. D-A-M-N-it. D-A-M-N-it. Right when my training reached its critical point. Why did something happen to the cultivation room? This sort of situation has never happened before. Dai Zichen was very annoyed. His training just now had just reached the critical point, with some signs of an imminent breakthrough. Dai Zichen knew that once these signs appeared a few more times, he should be able to break through successfully. But such an abstruse state was forcefully interrupted. It could be seen just how depressed he was. He could not understand just why this kind of situation would occur in a perfectly fine cultivation room. Under the current situation, Dai Zichen evidently could not continue cultivating anymore. That sort of mysterious state was not something that could be entered every time. Once the state was interrupted, wanting to find it again was as hard as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, people who exited seclusion in advance can refund the unused points. At least it was not wasted. Dai Zichen walked out of his cultivation room dejectedly. When he arrived at the hall, he discovered that this place was already in a mess. What are you doing? I already found the feeling of breaking through just now. Why did the essence energy suddenly disappear? Points is a small matter, but who will compensate for my condition? Exclaimed an 8th level spirit condensation realm disciple. Hearing these words, Dai Zichen's mood instantly became much better. Indeed, it was much nicer to have others sharing in the suffering. However, he also felt miserable at the same time. He thought that it was his cultivation room which encountered issues. Looking at it now, it was far from him alone. There were many people shouting and clamoring in the hall. They were clearly complaining about the essence energy which suddenly vanished. Just what on earth happened? This kind of situation had never occurred in the cultivation rooms before. Dai Zichen suddenly cast a glance sideways. His expression could not help changing when he saw a person. He went up to greet. I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Xian. Why is Senior Apprentice Brother Xian here? Could it be due to the issue of the cultivation room's essence energy vanish? I+ing? This person was precisely Xian Lai, who was waiting for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. However, he did not manage to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion, but he waited until problems arose with the cultivation room's essence energy. Xian Lai replied lightly, No, I'm waiting for somebody here. Although Dai Zichen was not an elite disciple, his status in the sect was still very high. Xian Lai evidently recognized him too. If it were some other person, Xian Lai would not even be inclined to answer. However, his words made Dai Zichen become more doubtful. What kind of person could afford to have Senior Apprentice Brother Xian personally wait at the cultivation rooms? Presently, the disciple on duty was already covered in sweat. He had never encountered this sort of outbreak situation. Everybody, Senior Apprentice brothers, don't panic. I've already reported the problem here upstairs. Elder Peng is currently Russ. I+ing over. Ah, Elder Peng, you're finally here. When that disciple on duty saw Elder Peng, he immediately behaved as if he had suffered greatly. Elder Peng saw all the disciples flooding this place until even water could not flow. He frowned and said, "What do you all think you're doing, kicking up such a fuss? I'll get lost outside for me, and wait there. If anyone dares to cause a disturbance, they will be barred from using the cultivation rooms for a month." With Elder Peng blowing his top, everyone immediately lowered their banners, and U.F. fled their drums and scrammed outside meekly. Body wished to delay a month of cultivation time. After everyone left, there were only Xian Lai and several top character core disciples left in the hall. They went up to pay respects to Elder Peng. Elder Peng could not help being involuntarily stunned when he saw Xian Lai, but he did not say anything. Instead, he asked the disciple on duty, "What in the world happened? Explain in detail." Replying Elder Peng, 15 minutes ago, the cultivations rooms were all fine, but no idea why. All the essence energy in the cultivation rooms suddenly started to disappear rapidly, like they were being emptied out. The disciple on duty replied. Elder Peng mused for a minute, clearly thinking about the various possibilities for this kind of situation to occur. "I'll go take a look at the spirit gathering formation," Elder Peng said. Elder Peng's name was Peng Liming, a Tier 4 array master in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His array Tao cultivation was very incredible. The spirit gathering formations inside the cultivation rooms was a mid-sized array. It relied on the sect's grand array. The formations in the cultivation rooms would siphon a portion of the heaven and earth essence energy absorbed by the sect's grand array. Then, it will send it to every cultivation room through the array formations. This array formation had someone maintaining it all year round, and there had never been problems that occurred. Today's circumstances were truly quite unexpected. Elder Peng inspected the array formation carefully and said in bewilderment, "There's nothing wrong with the array pivot. The grand array itself is also fine. Could the problems have occurred over at the cultivation rooms?" Elder Peng went to the relevant array formations for controlling the cultivation rooms and inspected it carefully. This inspection immediately revealed that something was wrong. And so, this is it. All the essence energy are actually heading into one cultivation room. It's just that. Who has such great capabilities to actually be able to plunder so much essence energy? Peng Liming became doubtful again. Returning to the hall, Peng Liming asked the disciple on duty, "Who's using the A-grade cultivation room? Number 43? It's a disciple called Yi Yuan," the disciple on duty revealed. Not that the disciple on duty was very responsible to remember the cultivation rooms for every disciple, but because he had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, he reported it right away. Elder Peng had no special feelings when he said that, but Xian Lai's and Dai Zichen's expression changed. "Oh, that's so. I want to see just what kind of deity this Yi Yuan is to actually have such capabilities to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy." A thick curiosity welled up in Peng Liming. Causing such an incident was naturally unintentional on Yi Yuan's part. In reality, he also did not imagine that his breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm would actually need to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy. The initial breakthrough was very normal and also under Yi Yuan's control. But when he broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm and stepped into the middle stage spirit condensation realm, that sort of feeling like the divine soul was rent asunder appeared once again. Every breakthrough in a minor stage, there would also be a minor transformation for the divine soul. It was just that the pain during Yi Yuan's transformation process was far more agonizing compared to ordinary martial artists. However, the torment this time was still far from comparable to when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan no longer wished to recall that feeling. As expected, the golden characters in his sea of consciousness emerged Once more, like that time when he broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Once the divine text appeared, they began to absorb heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly. Luckily, the cultivation room was pretty capable and could provide essence energy unceasingly. After a long while, the cultivation room finally became peaceful again, and Yi Yuan also successfully broke through to 4th level spirit condensation realm. Chapter 224, 4th level spirit condensation realm. High rank alchemy master. Chapter 224, 4th level spirit condensation realm. High rank alchemy master. Examining his soul force, Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Indeed, this kind of soul-rending pain was not all for naught. His current soul force actually broke through to the high-rank alchemy master standard already. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could sense that his soul force seemed to be that teensy bit stronger than ordinary high-rank alchemy masters. The divine text was really unexpectedly powerful. Ever since acquiring these golden characters, Yi Yuan would frequently undergo visualization in his sea of consciousness. But this 1 month plus, there was no progress at all. No wonder his father, Ji Zhengyang, said that he only had some superficial knowledge. Too hard. Each character, every stroke, all in compa. Said the maxim of the great Tao. Even though Yi Yuan once stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao, it was also difficult to see its entirety. However, these golden characters seemed to have a life of its own. Every time Yi Yuan broke through, they could come out by themselves and assist Yi Yuan's soul transformation. No matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was only middle stage spirit condensation realm, but already had the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. This was plenty for him to do many things, such as refining Tier 3 medicinal pills. Of course, to Yi Yuan, high-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills were still beyond his power. But low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills were no longer something challenging to Yi Yuan. Yuan Fei had helped out quite a bit ever since following him. He even fought with a sea transformation realm powerhouse. It was time for some repayment. Already 5 days. The Ouyang family is most likely panicking from waiting, right? I'll go and meet this Ouyang family. Yi Yuan was so confident not because he broke through in spirit condensation realm, but because it stemmed from his tremendous alchemy path strength. Yi Yuan. Dai Zichen, who noticed Yi Yuan, first called out. With his call, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Everyone here had different thoughts, but they were all waiting quietly for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. You actually broke through to 4th level spirit condensation realm. Only use 5 days. After Yi Yuan walked out, Dai Zichen's pupils involuntarily constricted as he exclaimed in shock. Isn't entering a retreat to break through realms a very normal thing? What's there to make a fuss about? Peng Liming said crossly. Dai Zichen smiled bitterly and said, Elder Peng doesn't understand. Yi Yuan was only 3rd level spirit condensation realm before entering seclusion. 5 days' time, and he broke through 2 realms consecutively. What did you say? Breaking through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days. What kind of joke is this? It was now Peng Liming's turn to be alarmed. The spirit condensation realm was not like the essence chi realm. Even the top disciples in the sect would require several months before they could break through a realm. When Dai Zichen said that Yi Yuan broke through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days, Peng Liming instinctively took it that he was making a joke. Xin Lai remained silent by the side, but astonishment flickered across his eyes. This was also his first time seeing Yi Yuan. He was still unaware that he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm before this. Elderpung, how would I dare to crack such a joke with you? He and I came into contact before he entered seclusion. He was indeed second-level spirit condensation realm. That's right. If you don't believe me, ask him. Dai Zichen pointed to the disciple on duty. Seeing Elder Peng's probing gaze, the disciple on duty nodded and said, "What senior apprentice brother Dai said is correct. Yi Yuan was indeed second-level spirit condensation realm before entering closed seclusion." Hiss. This boy is actually so freakish. Truly remarkable. Yi Yuan, let me ask you, what did you do inside the cultivation room just now? Peng Liming asked. Yi Yuan instinctively sensed that things were not good, but he still answered honestly. This disciple was naturally breaking through cultivation realms inside. Could it be that there are still other things that one can do in 5 days' time? Moreover, the A-grade cultivation rooms are so expensive. And, Body would be willing to waste time doing something else, right? Peng Liming was left speechless. That was right. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days. What other things could he be doing inside? How was it possible? In reality, Yi Yuan was truly only breaking through realms. Except, not only did he break through Martial Path realm, he even broke through Divine Soul realm under the aid of the divine texts. This point, he obviously would not tell outsiders. The average Divine Soul realm breakthrough did not have such a large commotion. Do you know what happened while you were in retreat inside? Peng Liming asked gloomily. This disciple is unaware. Elder Peng, please clarify. Yi Yuan really did not know what happened. Elder Peng recounted the incident for Yi Yuan, leaving Yi Yuan astounded after hearing it too. He could never have imagined that his breakthrough would actually bring about such a huge influence. Apologies, because the cultivation method that this disciple is training in is rather special. I require vast amounts of essence energy to support when breaking through. I really did not think that it would end up like this. Yi Yuan apologized. Haha, no worries. For the sect to have a genius disciple like you, it's the sect's fortune. Such a trifling matter is not worth mentioning. However, if you want to break through realms again in the future, you can come and let me know first. I'll help you adjust the spirit gathering formation to avoid affecting the other disciples' training. Elder Peng burst into laughter. This disciple knows. Thank you, Elder Peng. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and gave thanks. Yi Yuan could sense that this Elder Peng was the same type of person as Lu Yen. As long as it was something beneficial to the sect's development, he would spare no effort to do it, even if it cost him his life. Right then, Xian Lai, who was by the sides, finally moved. He slowly walked in front of Yi Yuan. He saluted Elder Peng first and said, Elder Peng, this disciple is here to convey the sect decree to Yi Yuan. Elder Peng's expression changed, but did not say anything. Nodding, he withdrew to one side. Xian Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said coldly, Sect decree has arrived. Yi Yuan received the decree. Yi Yuan looked at Xian Lai and immediately understood. He rolled his eyes and said, No need to block me here, right? I'm already here in the sect. Could it be that you're afraid I'll run? Xian Lai ignored Yi Yuan's mocking, and he repeated his words. Sect decree has arrived. Yi Yuan received the decree. All right, I'll receive it. So cold and frosty. What the fun in being like an ice sculpture? Yi Yuan words made Dai Zichen, who was by the side, sweat heavily. Was this punk fearless due to ignorance, or was he sufficiently rampant? This was the senior apprentice brother Xian Lai hailed as unparalleled sword. He actually dared to speak in this manner. Dai Zichen was already completely speechless. The reason why he helped to S.H.I. plus ELD Yi Yuan was actually that he wanted to have a match with Yi Yuan himself. He did not imagine that he was not even qualified. He was about to meet the sect master right away. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Xin Lai remained unperturbed. He just casually fired out a streak of green light. Yi Yuan reached out to receive it, but it was a jade substance token. This was presumably the sect decree. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into it and said with a frown, "What the H-E-L is Tri-Hall Joint Hearing? Do you want me to go along with you?" Xin Lai nodded and said, "That's right. Then let's go. Don't let those old fellows from the pill hall wait until they panic." Finus. H.I. Plussing, Yi Yuan left with Xin Lai. Dai Zichen was already so shocked that he could not say anything. Tri-Hall Joint Hearing. What kind of trouble did Yi Yuan cause? Chapter 225. Are you talking about this? Chapter 225. Are you talking about this? A great majestic hall at the main peak of the Spirit Blessing Mountain. Xin Lai led Yi Yuan along and stood in the center of the hall. "Sect Master, Yi Yuan has been brought here." Xin Lai finished this sentence and retread. Yi Yuan unwittingly sized up the imposing-looking middle-aged man in the middle of the great hall. He should be the current sect master of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng's person was not equal to his name. His entire being's sharp edge was withdrawn. If not for sitting in the middle of the great hall, he would be like an ordinary person, which gave people a fleeting and ephemeral sensation. Luo Qingfeng was also sizing up Yi Yuan. He was clearly very interested in this little fellow who feared nothing and no one. This was the first time he saw a youth that could still remain so calm and unworried when facing the Tri-Hall Joint Hearing. "Insolent Yi Yuan, why haven't you paid respects seeing Lord Sect Master and the various hall heads?" said a person sitting before Luo Qingfeng. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulder and said, "I wanted to pay respects too, but I've just entered the sect and don't know a single person. How do I pay respects? This lord, do me a favor. How about giving me an introduction?" That person was stunned when he heard this, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered close seclusion right after arriving. He most likely did not even recognize the roads, let alone the sect master and these hall heads. Humph. Indeed sharp-tongued. As a sect disciple, to not even recognize the sect master and various hall heads is already committing a blasphemous offense. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Yuan's old acquaintance, Yao Qian. Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Mobilizing so many people today, could it be to cross-examine my blasphemous crime? Also, even not recognizing people is a crime. Elder Yao, your ability to list crimes is much stronger than your alchemy and martial art abilities." Yao Qian was just about to explode when another person stepped in, saying, "All right, Yi Yuan, everyone here is your senior, don't be unbridled. Why haven't you paid respects to Lord Sect Master yet?" Beneath Luo Qingfeng were three people sitting side by side. Yi Yuan actually guessed long ago that these were the three great hall heads. The person who spoke just now appeared strict, but his intent to S-H-I plus ELD was already very clear. Furthermore, the other party addressed himself as senior when talking. If his conjectures were right, that should be the Inkyu, bent Martial Hall's hall head, Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan naturally would not fail to see what was good for him. He gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng. "I've seen Lord Sect Master. I heard that you went into retreat for 5 days and broke through 2 realms consecutively." Luo Qingfeng asked a question instead. Yi Yuan was brought here by Xin Lai right after exiting seclusion. Yet, he actually knew already even though Xian Lai did not report this matter to Luo Qingfeng. It could be seen just how great his control over the sect was. This sort of matter obviously could not be hidden. Yi Yuan answered honestly, yes. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said calmly, not bad. Just 2 words, no joy nor sorrow. Everyone did not know what it meant either. However, quite a few people's faces changed, plainly stunned by this unexpected news. Even Xiao Jian had a trace of delight flash past his face. Unquestionably, just based on this aspect, Yi Yuan would gain points and not lose any. It would be greatly advantageous to the results of the hearing later. What kind of joke is this? Consecutively breaking through 2 realms within 5 days? How's this possible? Since sect master already said so, can this matter be fake? This Yi Yuan was actually such a monstrous existence. But what to do if he really stole the sect's pill formulas? This, such a genius, isn't killing him too regrettable? Many elders started to debate on the spot. Towards the end of the discussion, they were clearly still very conflicted. Xiao Jian coughed drily, interrupting the crowd's discussion. He continued the introduction. This is the disciplinary hall's hall head Ling. This is the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang. I'm surnamed Xiao, Martial Hall's hall head. Yi Yuan has seen the hall heads. Yi Yuan gave another bow. Enough nonsense. Let the tri-hall joint hearing begin. Yi Yuan, let me ask you, where did you get this true rising spirit pill from? Ouyang Yu asked directly. At his level, he was obviously not very concerned with the struggle for the state of Qin's imperial authority. He was more concerned about where Yi Yuan got his medicinal pill from. The pill formulas were the foundation of the sect's survival. If the pill formulas were to leak out, the impact it would have on the sect would be utterly enormous. This matter, it was not overboard no matter how seriously they took it. Otherwise, they would not have set up such a powerful front. The medicinal pill in Ouyang Yu's hands was that pill which Yi Yuan threw to Yang. How back then? That fellow directly took it back to the sect. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, of course it was refined by me. What a joke! This true rising spirit pill is my tranquil cloud sect pill, Hall's agglomerated fruit of labor. How would you know how to refine it? Speak. Did you, or your father, or the state of Qin's imperial family collude with members of our sect to steal it? Ouyang Yu looked down from high above, his aura imposing with overwhelming might. If an ordinary disciple were standing here, their legs would have turned into jelly long ago. But Yi Yuan was immune to this tactic. Whether I know how to refine or not, just test and you'll know. Is there a need to make things so complicated? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph. The difficulty of refining the true rising spirit pill is extremely high. Even a middle-rank alchemy master would find it hard to refine. You, a low-rank alchemy master, can refine it? The one who spoke was Ouyang Ming, also Su Yuding's husband. If one were to talk about who wanted to mess Yi Yuan to death the most, it had to be him and Yao Qian. And this tri-hall joint hearing also originated because of the 2 of them. Yi Yuan lifted the 2-star badge on his chest and said, smilingly, are you talking about this? Been too busy recently. Just didn't have the time to take the exam. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan released his soul force outside. A wave of commotion sounded out inside the great hall. This is the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. This brat is only 4th-level spirit condensation realm and already has the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. Just where did this boy pop out from? His talent truly too astonies. H.I. Plussing. Yeah, cultivation speed is so fast, and his natural divine soul is powerful. This is simply a natural-born alchemist. Why did he run into the martial hall? No way. This elderly self must take him in as my apprentice and pass all of my alchemy Dao skills to him. A genius like this, not becoming an alchemist, is too wasted. The ones with the most discussions were undoubtedly on the pill hall's side. A powerful divine soul was the prerequisite condition to become an alchemist. Yi Yuan just broke through to middle stage spirit condensation realm and actually already possessed high-rank alchemy master soul force. Such conditions, going to cultivate in the martial path, was too wasted. They were unaware that Yi Yuan did not even release all of his soul force. What he released earlier was merely the soul force of a newly broken through high-rank alchemy master. There was still quite a relatively huge gap from his full soul force. Even so, his conditions already moved many pill hall elders. The conditions to become an alchemist was extremely harsh. A good disciple could be encountered, but not hoped for. Yi Yuan only displayed the corner of an iceberg and already moved quite a few pill hall elders. Even Ouyang Yu's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became unrestrainedly scorching. In comparison, a trace of worry flickered past Xiao Jian's eyes. Yi Yuan was his master successor. How could he enter the pill hall? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's martial talent was absolutely much more formidable than his alchemy talent. Of course, this was only his wishful thinking. Chapter 226. I have a master. Chapter 226. I have a master. Ouyang Ming saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly said, Yi Yuan, don't you change the topic? Even if you can refine the true rising spirit pill, the truth about stealing the pill formulas is still beyond all doubt. Sect master, the 3 hall heads and elders towards a disciple with such misconduct, no matter how much of a genius he is, we mustn't be indulgent. Elder Ouyang's words are reasonable, said the disciplinary hall's hall head Ling Patian, suddenly, who previously did not speak the whole time. Ling Potion's voice dragged the imminently out-of-control situation back. As the saying went, like father, like son. In actuality, like teacher, like student, also worked. Xin Li's coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away was inherited from this imposing master of his. The main topic today was interrogating Yi Yuan. Ling Potion's authority to speak was naturally very high. Regardless of whether or not he had the intent to target Yi Yuan, one sentence from him indeed made Yi Yuan's elaborately constructed atmosphere scatter. As the litigant, Yi Yuan only shot Ling Patian a calm glance, and not was surprised by this. Yi Yuan, where did you get the true rising spirit pill from? Confess honestly now, and we can still show leniency when meting out punishment. Otherwise, Ouyang Ming opened his mouth again. In order to improve the pill formula, the pill hall expended enormous amounts of human resources and material resources. If the pill formula, which was just developed not long ago, was stolen, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan had a helpless face. These dregs guarded some garbage like it was treasure, and even blamed others for stealing their pill formulas. Truly hopeless. If I say that I knew from the start, you all definitely won't believe it, right? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Although it was the truth, those who heard it might not believe it. Indeed, Yao Qian sneered coldly and said, Your meaning is that you're a prophet? You were born with the knowledge? What a joke. Yi Yuan, if you keep on being glib and talk aimlessly, there's no point in continuing this hearing. We're giving you the opportunity. That's why we're letting you stand here to speak. Ouyang Ming said coldly. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Ha! I saw that the atmosphere was so tense and just wanted to ease it a little. Actually, I have a master. A very incredible master. The kind that is more formidable than you all. Those pill formulas were all taught by him. My alchemy skills were also taught by him. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. More formidable than us. Do you know what realm we're at? You didn't even sketch a draft when telling lies. Ouyang Ming said with a cold snicker. Yi Yuan had a disdainful face as he said, a second level C transformation realm alchemist with a power level of 5. What are you being C? Oh, C, KY in front of me for? Wait until I break through to the crystal formation realm. I can one-shot kill you instantly. Seeing that Ouyang Ming wanted to refute, Yi Yuan added on, don't doubt it. You ask that Elder Yao by your side, and you'll know whether I have the capability or not. In a certain sense, he was even defeated by me. These few sentences from Yi Yuan caused the entire Great Hall to burst into commotion once again. What? Elder Yao was defeated by the spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan? Is this boy talking in his sleep? How is that possible? This brat is blowing his own trumpet. Even though an alchemist's combat abilities aren't strong, Elder Yao is at any rate a C transformation realm expert. How is it possible to lose to Yi Yuan? Not necessarily. Didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier that it was only in a certain sense? It's just we don't know what this certain sense refers to. In the Great Hall, even if Yao Qian's skin was thick, he was also scarlet red right now. Truthfully speaking, if Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm, he really did not dare to guarantee that he could beat Yi Yuan. That last sword from Yi Yuan left too deep an impression on Yao Qian. A second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist could actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy to unleash such a peerlessly powerful sword. It was truly inconceivable. After Yao Qian returned to the sect, he obviously would not speak about this sort of disgraceful matter. Now that he was exposed by Yi Yuan in his face, he hated that there was no hole for him to crawl into. Elder Yao, what in the world happened? Elder Yao, this Yi Yuan must be talking bulls. I plus T, right? Many people came up to whisper to Yao Qian. Yao Qian was just about to deny it when Xiao Jian said calmly, you all don't need to doubt it. Yi Yuan did not lie. He has this capability. Yi Yuan, he can already communicate with heaven and earth essence energy for his own use. After he breaks through to the crystal formation realm, his strength will surely have a qualitative leap. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Although Xiao Jian did not mention Yao Qian, his words already affirmed Yi Yuan's words from another point. In front of Yi Yuan, these C transformation realm alchemists were indeed only power level of 5 dregs. And the majority of the alchemists here were so. A spirit condensation realm martial artist could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy? Everyone was stunned once again. With Xiao Jian's status, he obviously would not speak carelessly about this sort of matter. Soul force was incomparably powerful, and martial talent was peerless. This was simply a genius that even the heaven would be jealous of. Would such a character really do something like stealing pill formulas? The group of elders started to doubt it. This group of people were actually all filled with righteous indignation before coming and were bent on putting Yi Yuan to death. But now they had no choice but to consider reviewing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I wonder what kind of mysterious person your master is. If you have such a powerful master, why enter my tranquil cloud sect then? The sect master Luo Qingfeng, who was silent the entire time, suddenly asked. Yi Yuan gave a puzzled expression and said blankly, replying, sect master, I really don't what kind of person master is. I don't even know his name. Master said to use the knowledge he taught to temper myself in the secular world and compete with other geniuses. Only by emerging from a myriad of living beings can I officially become his disciple. What a joke! who wouldn't even know his own master's name. The way I see it, this is simply nonsense that you fabricated. Sect master, I think we don't need to interrogate anymore. Yi Yuan is simply full of C-R-A-P. Just give him the death penalty straight away. Ouyang Ming denounced. Elder Ouyang, in my opinion, it's more suitable for you to be the sect master. How about you come and take my seat? Luo Qingfeng's light words made the entire Great Hall's temperature plummet. Anyone could hear the displeasure sect Master Luo had towards Elder Ouyang. Ouyang Ming frequently relied on the Ouyang family's influence in the sect to disregard the other elders. Now, he actually directly interrupted sect Master Luo's questioning. His gall was too big. If sect Master Luo could even tolerate this, then he might as well not be the sect master. Ouyang Ming's face turned the color of pig's liver and was incredibly embarrassed. As said, Ouyang Ming, you shut your mouth. When was it your turn to talk while the sect master is questioning? How the final ruling will be is the sect master's decision. How can he tolerate you meddling in it? Why haven't you quickly apologized to sect master yet? Ouyang, you obviously could not sit still anymore and reprimanded him. Ouyang Ming dare not defy Ouyang Yu. He could only rise and give a bow towards Luo Qingfeng, saying, Ouyang Ming was impatient and did not choose my words. I pray, sect master, do not blame. Luo Qingfeng waved his hands and did not bother with him anymore. He said to Yi Yuan again, Your honorable master is an amazing character. It's just I wonder where is he at the present moment. Chapter 227, Challenging the Pill Hall Single-Handedly. Chapter 227, Challenging the Pill Hall Single-Handedly. Master, well, he went to roam the world already. Yi Yuan still gave the same old excuse. Although Ouyang Ming was reprimanded by Luo Qingfeng, what he said was not wrong. Who takes someone as their master and not know their master's name? And now, Yi Yuan also said that his master was not around. There was no testimony with the witness gone. In their hearts, there were already many people who felt that Yi Yuan was indeed talking nonsense. Luo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and said, According to my knowledge, you were still completely nameless a few months back. But within a few months, you emerged all of a sudden. Could it be that your master only taught you for these few months and left to travel the world so coincidentally right after you arrived at the Tranquil Cloud sect? Luo Qingfeng was clearly very clear about Yi Yuan's growing up experiences. Yi Yuan had prepared an excuse long ago. He recounted the lie he contrived to Yi Hang to Luo Qingfeng again. He actually had motives why he did this. Even though this imaginary teacher of his that he fabricated was somewhat absurd, as long as the sect believed he existed, that would be Yi Yuan's greatest protective charm. The Ouyang family, wanting to deal with Yi Yuan, would have to weigh whether they have the abilities first or not. An existence who could impart skills in a dream and directly imprint knowledge onto the divine soul was not someone that the puny Tranquil Cloud sect could afford to provoke. Of course, how to make others believe it was also a problem. As expected, when Yi Yuan finished talking, Luo Qingfeng raised his suspicions. It seems like what you've said up till now are all some things which can't be proven. Could it be that you want to use these sort of excuses to prove your innocence? Hearing Luo Qingfeng's questioning, a trace of cold sneer flashed across the corner of Ouyang Ming's mouth. He was very doting on Su Yuding. That was why he L'd the Su family in any way he could and even aided them to usurp the throne. However, what arrived was the outcome of the Su family three brothers' death. When Su Yuding heard this grievous news, she fainted on the spot. It could be seen just how great the impact this incident had on her. Ouyang Ming's heart ached for his beloved wife, so he was naturally unwilling to let Yi Yuan go. That was why he thought of borrowing the help of the Tri-Hall joint hearing to authorize Yi Yuan's death penalty. He knew that Yi Yuan was a peerless genius who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. The sect would definitely nurture this kind of geniuses heavily. The only opportunity to put him to death was the true rising spirit pill that Yi Yuan took out. Presently, seeing that Yi Yuan was at the end of his ropes, Ouyang Ming could not help feeling greatly satisfied. It was very evident that Yi Yuan could not summon that so-called master of his. As long as he could not call him here, he would be unable to convince everyone. The result could only be death. Yi Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Master went to roam the world. Either way, he can't be called here. I can't do anything about it. If you all don't believe me—" Luo Qingfeng did not indicate anything, but asked, "What's the opinion of the 3 hall heads?" Ouyang Yu sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yi Yuan stole the sect pill formulas, and the evidence is conclusive. I recommend sentencing to death." Although he also felt that Yi Yuan was a fine seedling, the suspicion of stealing the pill formulas was naturally greater. Furthermore, Ouyang Ming was Ouyang Yu's nephew. He knew that Ouyang Ming was deeply in love with Su Yuding, so he obviously had to stand on this side. Or else, the Ouyang family would dissolve by themselves. Ling Patian said, "Utter nonsense. I suggest put him to death." Xiao Jian frowned and said, "No way. Not only is Yi Yuan's soul force powerful, but his martial talent is also even hard to encounter in 1,000 years. If such an individual was killed, wouldn't it aggrieve our own people and gladden the enemy?" Xiao Jian, I acknowledge Yi Yuan's talent, but his background is ambiguous, and he has ulterior motives. Keeping such a person, after his strength becomes formidable in the future, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Ouyang Yu reproved, "Humph. Yi Yuan is in possession of the Tsanghua sword. This means that he obtained ancestor Lu Yan's inheritance. Master's discerning eyes are akin to pearls. He definitely won't misjudge people. You people are only relying on a single medicinal pill to decide on Yi Yuan's crime. What proof is there?" Xiao Jian insisted on his viewpoint. Yi Yuan and his father are only people of the secular world, but took out the true rising spirit pill that our pill hall had just developed. Doesn't this count as proof? Furthermore, he did not just take out the true rising spirit pill. There are another 2 types of medicinal pills. Could it be that the pill formulas that his master taught him just coincidentally happened to be these 3 types? This. Xiao Jian could not think of a better explanation either. It was crystal clear that the present situation was very adverse to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were unable to prove that these pill formulas were imparted by his master, he would surely be put to death. Since there are 2 of the 3 hall heads who agreed to sentence Yi Yuan to death, then Ouyang Ming heard Luo Qingfeng's words and involuntarily felt wild elation in his heart. Hold on. Luo Qingfeng's words were interrupted halfway by Yi Yuan. What else do you have to say? May I be allowed to look at the pill formula? Yi Yuan said, "Yi Yuan, stop using this sort of method to delay the time. It's futile. Hasn't the pill formulas been stolen by you already? Don't tell me that you still don't know the true rising spirit pills, pill formula." Ouyang Yu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hee, if I can point out the deficiencies in the pill formula that you developed, doesn't that prove that my pill formula wasn't stolen?" Yi Yuan, are you doubting our pill hall's standards? Are you trying to challenge my entire pill hall single-handedly? Ouyang Yu's voice turned completely to ice. A puny little alchemy master actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Hall Head Ouyang feels this way, then I might as well give it a shot. I can prove to all of you that my master is more formidable than all the people in your pill hall. Wildly arrogant, ignorant child, preposterous. When these words from Yi Yuan went out, the great hall was immediately flooded with all kinds of reproaching voices. To challenge the pill halls single-handedly, it was truly rampant without limits in these people's opinions. The pill hall elders present were all quasi-alchemy king level. A brat who might not even be a high-rank alchemy master actually dared to challenge the entire pill hall. It was seriously the biggest joke in the world. Alchemy was an extremely profound study. It was not that when one's soul force reached high-rank alchemy master, they would definitely become a high-rank alchemy master. Ha ha, how absurd. Why do I have to accept your challenge? If this sort of matter spreads out, wouldn't it make the whole world laugh at my tranquil cloud sect? An alchemy master challenging quasi-alchemy kings. To think that you can come up with this. Ouyang wondered if Yi Yuan's brain was missing a screw. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. I think that you've stayed too long in the southern domain and think that you're invincible under the heavens already. There's a heaven beyond heaven and man beyond man. You all have most likely already forgotten about this logic. The things that you spent a huge price to develop is actually already outdated stuff. Even so, you're still patting yourselves on the backs and kept these pill formulas like they were treasures. Others take out the same medicinal pill, and you think that they copied you. Truly hilarious to the max. Let me ask all of you." Yi Yuan swept his gaze across those quasi-alchemy kings in the great hall and said coldly, "Which one of you knows what the northern domain is like now?" A falling pin could have been heard in the great hall. Yi Yuan's words left them dumbfounded. After a long while, Luo Qingfeng suddenly said, "Hallhead, oh yeah, show him the pill formula." Chapter 228, Attending a Lesson on Alchemy. Chapter 228, Attending a Lesson on Alchemy. Ouyang Yu's expression flickered between joy and distress, but did not hand over the pill formula immediately. He did not feel that Yi Yuan could really dig out the flaws of the pill formula. Could a 15-year-old alchemy master be amazing to such an extent? It was just that for the pill formulas that their pill hall collectively researched and developed to be criticized from top to bottom by a little punk, it was seriously shameful. As the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang Ming could not afford to lose this face. He also did not know what kind of hex Luo Qingfeng fell under to actually agree to such ludicrous request from Yi Yuan. He was naturally unable to comprehend Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. His understanding of Yi Yuan was far from as thorough as Luo Qingfeng's. To be able to execute a move by communicating with heaven and earth essence energy in the spirit condensation realm, no matter how heavily they nurtured him, it would not be excessive. The situation reported by the Martial Hall greatly alarmed Luo Qingfeng. Then he went on to understand Yi Yuan's growing up process. He discovered that Yi Yuan's transformation could be called a CLA, sick counteroffensive. If one were to say that there was no expert behind Yi Yuan, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. However, this expert had never shown his face before. During this period of time, Luo Qingfeng investigated Yi Yuan from different angles, but did not discover any traces of that expert. What did this represent? It meant that this expert had already set his understanding as the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect master. The unknown was the most terrifying, even if he was a master of a sect. For such a mighty figure to be entrenched in the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations, how could Luo Qingfeng, as the sect master, rest assured? Yi Yuan's reply today had already affirmed his conjectures from another point of view, but then Yi Yuan said that his master went to roam the world. Although there was no proof in any way, Luo Qingfeng was still very careful about how to deal with Yi Yuan. Presently, Yi Yuan said that he could challenge the entire pill hall single-handedly. It sounded preposterous, but if it were true, wouldn't that prove that Yi Yuan's master really existed? The other party placed his disciple in your sect to temper him, but you killed his disciple. When that mysterious person returns someday, the Tranquil Cloud sect might not be his match even if they mustered up the full might of the sect. As the master of the sect, how could Luo Qingfeng dare to gamble with the entire sect? Hallhead Ouyang? Luo Qingfeng urged again when he saw that Ouyang Yu did not move. Yes, sect master. Ouyang Yu hit out a jade slip with a frown. Yi Yuan reached out to take it. Sweeping with his divine sense, he became immersed in his thoughts. How is it, Great Master Yi? Have you seen anything that is inappropriate? Please give a pointer or two. Ouyang Yu's words were sarcastic. Anyone could tell that he was really furious. His anger obviously could not be vented out on the sect master, so he had to get back face from Yi Yuan. Yeah, Great Master, Yi's master is probably an alchemy sovereign, right? For an alchemy sovereign's accomplished disciple, to give us pointers is a piece of cake. I think that our pill hall might as well just invite Great Master Yi to be a guest elder. Oh, Great Master, Yi likely would not even want this elder position. Alchemists were all prideful. Yi Yuan's arrogance had already thoroughly infuriated them. Hence, they were all saying things sardonically. They did not believe that an alchemy master brat could give them pointers about anything. Even if Yi Yuan's master was really an alchemy sovereign, the disciple that he taught could not possibly be at a higher level than all of them combined, right? They obviously could not imagine just what level Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm had reached. Forget about adding them all up. Even if all of their ancestors were added up, it would be hard to reach even 10% or 20% of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with these people's sarcasm. After sweeping finish the true rising spirit pill formula, he involuntarily let out a sigh. Don't just sigh, Great Master Yi. Why don't you talk about whether this true rising spirit pill formula has any flaws or not? Ouyang Ming asked sarcastically. Since you people call me Great Master, then I'll give you a lesson on alchemy today. Just entered the sect, and didn't bring any gifts either. I'll just give this lesson to everyone free of charge, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Conceited and ignorant, called you a great master, and you really think you're one, giving us a lesson with the likes of you. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued talking. From this pill formula, I can see that everybody's standards are still around there. But your foundations are not solid enough. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, they were clamoring immediately. Foundation? A teenage baby is talking about foundation with us. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Child, have you memorized your herbal essentials? Using it to talk about foundation with us. Now, I feel that Yi Yuan must be the person who stole the pill formulas. Or else, he would not talk drivel here. The few of us old fellows, even when placed in the entire southern domain, and, body would dare to say that our foundations are not solid, right? Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, Everybody don't get agitated. I know that you all are quasi-alchemy kings. There are even some who are high-ranked quasi-alchemy kings and would be famed and respected figures when placed in the entire southern domain. But compared to my master, you're indeed far off. Your foundations are also too weak. First, let's talk about this true rising spirit pill's main ingredients. Let's make a comparison. Speaking until here, Yi Yuan looked at Ouyang Yu and asked, Hallhead Ouyang, there are 3 kinds of main ingredients on your true rising spirit pill formula, namely profound armored beast's inner core, violet nightweed, and cloud net fruit, correct? Ouyang Yu's face darkened, but did not answer Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued with a smile, I'll talk about the 3 kinds of main ingredients in my pill formula. They are respectively profound armored beast's inner core, violet nightweed, and verdant nether orchid. Ha, he said, use verdant nether orchid. It's common knowledge that verdant nether orchid and violet nightweed can't be used together. You don't even know this point, and even talk big to us about foundation. Exposed your foundation with 1 sentence. Sect master. This punk is simply just trying to S himself off as one of the players in an ensemble, and specially comes to beguile us. Ouyang Ming said, with a loud hoot. Ouyang Ming learned to be smart this time, and did not say things like directly sentence him to death. Luo Qingfeng could not help looking at Ouyang Yu when he heard that. Ouyang Yu nodded slightly, which naturally affirmed that what Ouyang Ming said was not false. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and lightly spat out a word from his mouth. Idiot! What did you say? Ouyang Ming was furious. Already grown up, but could it be that you haven't heard of a phrase called history books should be read with reservation? You say that these 2 types of herbs cannot be used together. It should have been stated on that whatever lousy herbal compendium, right? Well, it should be stated on it that after combining the 2 kinds of ingredients, violet nightweed and verdant nether orchid, it would produce a poison which is greatly harmful to martial artists. Yes, the crowd collectively turned to stone. The herbal compendium that was revered as a priceless treasure in the endless world became a lousy book in Yi Yuan's mouth. However, what Yi Yuan said was indeed correct. It was written like so in the book. Humph, isn't it so? Ouyang Ming said with a livid face. So my A.S.S. Yi Yuan directly cussed back and said, the book written by an alchemy sovereign indeed has great referencing value, but you all have to know that alchemy sovereigns have only just entered the gates in terms of the way of alchemy. The things they comprehended must be correct. Knowledge acquired from books will ultimately be shallow. If you people don't experiment, don't test it out, you'll only be brought astray by others. Wars. H.I. plus ping the herbal compendium like it's a holy scripture. You all will never Serpa. S. the author of the book. It sounds ludicrous no matter how I listen to it. Once Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refining method came out, it immediately aroused a wave of confusion.